Yeah, na 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 na, yeah. Certain fire flames, now born again. Times really change. Talk truth, we've seen better days. Youth not safe again. What a damn shame. Talk truth, how that them are promote. So quick them selling out, them sold them cashing out. Yeah, well this is Schematic 9 representing the Ijahstars and the mindset.
Me I tell ya, mindset. Me I tell ya, mindset.
Can you describe to me what your religion is about that you have?
Oh, my religion is freedom, redemption, repatriation, do our one violent victory, that Ethiopia, that Africa, that Jerusalem, that Sababa, Africa, our unit, we are contact, it's in Ethiopia, crown head, black crown head, and we are also defending Africa, nation kingdom, nation government, and we show why crown head, black crown head, Zion, heavenly children, Israelites, the black house of Israelites, of Ethiopia, royal sons and daughters. We are New Jerusalem, shall rise up in this last day of our Lord Niceness, Celestial, Rastafari, Rastafari, So, and this thing continues too long, Why can I do, So, surely come to see done, So, there's nothing to say one, and who I want, as one, So, we say, quit done, That's not right. Did you want to come and do it? Did you want to pay and do a part, They don't pay me nothing. The salvation is free, you earn money, you earn prize, It is free to work free, That's not right. So, it's in Seabed and all those in Jamaica and all those are United Nations. I am a man who are a representative, the champion for human rights in this country in Jamaica and physically, network, and international to United Nations Seabed, Africa in Jamaica. I am a man who stands with international law rights to human justice, human equality, to the world of equality. These belongs to the black Christ. And that's not how the world could be no equality except Christ himself. And when Christ comes back, in the new kingdom, in the here with us now, because I'm ruling now. Not the ruler I am people who have a free justice there. But through the evil world, over the world, we rule and we bring back the evil back to our attention. I and I could get out of themselves, out of them, then promote them, and getting ourselves, or a black world, nationwide kingdom, more side. Rastafari. They come on with now. You know how much they come on, fairly and pluralism.
You don't watch the economy?
No, because it's like colony and pluralism, because that is Britain.
See, the economy, what happens outside there, doesn't really matter.
No, no matter, it's nothing, Because the nation world kingdom is something, because we are a nation of people.
So you consider your world a nation in itself?
Well, sure, that is naturality.
Well, how do you exist then?
Oh, my existence, I say, it's a true bloom, and I just live out a true bloom. It's where I said, and where I live out. You don't make no way worry, because Africa, you are worried. Africa, we speak Africa, we talk Africa, we speak Africa, we do everything Africa. Africa is all one word.
So, you think your religion is one that came here when slavery came here from Africa?
Oh, true. I creation word. I was. So I could be about creation birth to everyone. and the foundation born to everyone.
Are you in contact with any African people of your same religion?
Oh, I don't contact definitely, and just I definitely, I contact, But my word, wake up hard. She never was I and I was there. So what I stand and tell them, and what I hear from my wife, then they hearken until that is just right, The black man have a right. The white will have no right. The white will take away the black man right and use it. And we work him as a slave. So we say we come and take back the white man right and give back the black man, because the black man was right. And he knew that himself too, the white will know that himself. And when I had to come and back of shit, we couldn't help him.
Do you have plans to grow,
It's typically accompanied by prayer, meditation, and other spiritual practices, and can be used to seek guidance, healing, or to petition for specific needs on behalf of the community. Key points about African fasting: diverse practices. Fasting traditions vary across different African cultures with different lengths of fast, specific foods to abstain from, and rituals associated with the practice. Communal aspect. Fasting is often done collectively within a community, with leaders calling for a fast during times of crisis or to seek blessings for the group.
Those are two key, through the chair, those are two key points that one should reflect on carefully as we step deeper into this reasoning. Spiritual intention, symbolic, what was the one before? Yeah, symbolic meaning. By the nine, were these the last two that was read by the priest? Right. Diverse practices and communal aspect.
Yeah.
As it says here, fasting is done by ones all across the board in different ways for different reasons with different principles. So it's a key. It's not a one system thing. It's an evolving process as well, because it transforms as people, as different generations carry on the liberty. You can see transformation in its practice. See, and then it goes down here now, the symbolic meaning. By denying physical needs, the act of fasting symbolizes a willingness to surrender to the divine and prioritizes spiritual concerns. Blessed.
My lord. And continue with the information, the science, methods, and benefits of fasting, and proceed. And proceed.
Blessed love. Greetings, royal listeners. Fasting and prayer has several benefits. Apart from adherence to religious principles, fasting.
I think we're on the screen here for read, Empress.
No, she hasn't opened it. She's in a person.
Yes, she knows what she's doing.
Okay.
She knows what she's.
Okay, my lord. Go ahead, Empress.
Pardon us, Empress.
No, it's not on your breath.
Go ahead, Empress Cindy.
Pardon me. Greetings, royal listeners. Fasting and prayer has several benefits. Apart from adherence to religious principles, fasting has health benefits. As a mother with young children, fasting can be challenging if preparation is not done properly. As a mother who is nursing an infant, the proper intake of nutrition is essential to both mother and infant. Having a proper diet plan for fasting is a priority to fulfill a successful fast, where mind, body, and spirit are purified and rejuvenated. I will now share with you some important information to help in understanding the proper process of fasting and its benefits. When it comes to ideas around living a healthy lifestyle, good nutrition and adequate exercise are often core pillars. While this is certainly true, there is more we can consider regarding our relationship with food and healthy living. Fasting is the willing abstinence or reduction from some or all food, drink, or both for a period of time. Although sometimes viewed as unhealthy, depriving, or reserved for religious reasons, short-term fasting can offer excellent health benefits. As research grows in this area of health, fasting is becoming more widely accepted as a legitimate means of managing weight and preventing diseases. At the same time, it is important that fasting is done in proper and healthy ways. The science of fasting. A large body of evidence now supports the benefits of fasting, though the most notable data has been recorded in studies with animals. Even so, these findings are promising for humans. Essentially, fasting cleanses our goodies of toxins and forces cells into processes that are not usually stimulated when a steady stream of fuel from food is always present. When we fast, the body, goody, does not have its usual access to glucose, forcing the cell glucose. The liver helps by converting non-carbohydrate materials like lactate, amino acids, and fats into glucose energy. Because our goodies conserve energy during fasting, our our basal metabolic rate, the amount of energy our bodies burn while resting, become more efficient, thereby lowering our heart rate and blood pressure. Ketosis, another process that occurs later into the fast cycle, happens when the goody burns stored fat as its primary power source. This is the ideal mode for weight loss and balancing blood sugar levels. Fasting puts the goody under mild stress, which makes our cells adapt by enhancing their ability to cope. In other words, they become strong. This process is similar to what happens when we stress our muscles and cardiovascular system during exercise. As with exercise, our goody can only grow stronger during these processes when there is adequate time to rest and recover. That's why short-term fasting is recommended. The types of fasting. In lab studies, these three types of calorie restriction or fasting have demonstrated positive effects on longevity. Time-restricted feeding. This is the process of limiting calorie intake to a specific time frame that aligns with our circadian rhythm. Circadian rhythm is often referred to as our body clock, the natural cycle that tells our goodies when to sleep, rise, and eat. When to sleep, rise, eat, and more. Eating meals only during 8 to 12-hour periods each day while fasting between 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., for instance, is an example of aligning with our circadian rhythm. Goody systems or body systems work better when synchronized with one another. Midnight snacking, when our goody usually rests, throws our natural repair system out of sync. In addition, giving our goodies more time to repair is beneficial to our health. Intermittent calorie restriction, the practice of reducing the number of calories consumed in a day. Research has focused on 2-day diet when calories are reduced in half and carbohydrates are limited for 2 consecutive days in a week. This approach puts the goody through short and intensive therapy The intermittent calorie restriction approach also reminds us that we do not need to consume constantly. When we do consume, we can choose wisely and continue normal activities and exercise with reduced fuel. Periodic fasting, with fasting mimicking diets. This means limiting calorie intake for 2 to 5 days, promoting the cells to deplete glycogen stores and begin ketosis. While this can be done without eating food, it isn't considered the safest option. A specific 5-day calorie limit diet around 1,000 calories per day is sufficient to mimic fasting without depleting nutrients. Honorable Priest 7, the facts of intermittent fasting and health. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Majesty bless Honorable Empress.
Blessed love, royal family. Give thanks for today's reasoning. And give thanks for all the information which was said and done thus far. Yeah, so I am going to put on a presentation, right, relating to fasting and prayer, but it relates to a whole lot more, such as nutrition and emotion, and stimulation of the human anatomy. So I give thanks. I'm on pleasure to be here with the family to bring this presentation to the grassroots, because really and truly I obtained this information from, people who were institutionalized and graduate from college and universities who are psychiatrists and psychologists and doctors and scientists. And so what I did, I gathered all the information, paid close attention, and that is how I really came up with all of this information. But like I said, I'd rather share the information with I and I, the grassroots, because as Rastafari, who was always pushing health, who said to stop eating meat and eat the leafy food, yeah, and I was always, pushing that from long time, but the ones who are institutionalized, they just word things differently, and I'm going to also prove that jargon also, when I say jargon is when you use big words just to explain something that is simple, that doesn't need such big words to understand, So, give thanks in advance for all patient here and our raptness of attention. And I will go straight into the first point of this presentation, which is relating to fasting and prayer. Right? Now, blessed.
No, continue, my Lord.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to bring evidence that fasting and prayer also is another way to feed nutrition to the human anatomy, to the physical structure, And if prayer sends nutrition to the structure, first we have to understand what is really nutrition, right? Because we hear vitamins and minerals and potassium and this and that and this and that and vitamin this, vitamin that, B this and C that, and right? So it's all nutrition though, right? Now we have to understand what is nutrition and how nutrition works for us, right? Now, nutrition is not tangible. The food we eat is tangible, but the nutrition that It's in the food. It's not tangible. You cannot touch it, cannot see it. You could give it to the scientists to look under a microscope. They will not see anything like vitamin C or anything like that, right? So it is not tangible. So when we consume our foods, right, the nutrition that is in the food, it is also in us. We have all the vitamin C and the B12 and this and that and that and that. It just needs to be stimulated. And when we eat the fruit, what has the vitamin C? The vitamin C from the fruit stimulates the vitamin C that is in us, right? That is how nutrition works, right? Furthermore, nutrition also works by a harmonious connection between us and the food when we eat it. It's all connected to even to your taste buds and your saliva glands. This is why when you eat the food and your taste buds touch it, you start to feel like, oh, it tastes good, and you fall in love with it, and you get a harmonious emotional feeling about the food, right? And then you feel good to yam more, right? Because you have that harmonious connection with the food now. That is also a part of it, of receiving nutrition to the structure, the emotions. Emotions are very powerful, right? Now, so if we can understand that nutrition is in the food, it is also in us human beings. It is also in plants, because the fruit grows from the plant, the tree, right? That is what they mean when they call organic. All living organisms, plants, animals, human beings are organic, and they all have nutrition in them. They all have carbon, right? So that is how nutrition really works. It is not explained to us in that way. We know it as we eat the food and we swallow the vitamin C, and now we have it. It is all stimulation, right? Yes, we and relating this now to the fasting and prayers, the information what was read, it's best to fast amongst ones and ones, right? Remember, we have nutrition in us. So when we are amongst each other, human interactions also gives nutrition, right? And when I say human interaction, of course, it must be a type of emotional, sincere human interaction. And that is what we do when we are in service. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be on a sacred, sincere prayer. It's a sacred, sincere prayer that we are carrying up, right? So that is something that we are very emotional about at the moment. And that nutrition from flesh to flesh travels like a current, all right? It is proven. You can look at simple incidents, right? Just like how we hear right now. I remember that time we have a reason, and one of the priests and then was feeling sick very, very badly, right? When we first started the reason, I was feeling very sick, and he tell us that too. 2 hours we reason, and after the reason coming to a close, the priest gets sprightly and and him feeling so much more better just from the energy of the reason. And we are not even in face to face, just from the voices, to show you say how energy transcends time and space, no matter where you're there. You understand? It's just that emotional connection is what gives the nutrition to the goodie. All right. So we see in our tradition that teach us to go into the tabernacle and hail and chant together, which is emotions, the singing. This is stimulation to the body, to your lungs, right? When we take off we shoes and go in the tabernacle, that is a whole lot of vitamins and minerals sent to the goodie, because grounding is what they call that, when you walk bare feet to receive minerals from the earth. And I'll explain what minerals is too. We'll understand that better, right? So this is evidence that fasting and prayer helps the anatomy receive nutrition. And it is also evident that nutrition is not just in food alone. Vitamins and minerals is organic and also inorganic, right? What I mean to say inorganic, this is why they call the spring baths and the baths and the mineral baths. All right, it's a mineral bath because when you go in that water, they say you receive minerals, right? So it's not just in the food, right? But they never give us that impression because due to the money scheme and the commercial schemes, right? They want us to believe that all the vitamins and minerals and the nutrition is in their supermarkets and it's in their pharmacies. But really and truly, everything that is in the supermarket and in the pharmacy comes from outside of the supermarket and outside of the pharmacy. And the next reality is just traces of it they have. Not percentages, but just traces of you know, the real, what comes from real nature. They just have traces of it. And they set up their divide and rule scheme. You understand? Divide up all the vitamins and minerals, this and that, and they tell us, say, we have all of them. We have all the vitamins and minerals. You need it from us. Don't study the sunlight, don't study the beach and the mineral baths and this and that. You understand? So that is a scheme what them set up there. You see it? And even when you think about people who do massages, another proof, right? Massages and these things is nutrition added to the goody same way. This is why it heals people, right? When people do massages, there's another emotional connection there again, a harmonious connection. You know, from the time when you're going to get massage, you don't have it in your mind, my back hurting, I really need this. So you are emotional about getting healed before you reach there, right? You're very emotional about being healed. And the person who is doing the massage, and they must be also at an emotional state where they really do care to heal you. So they touch you with that same harmony, that same harmonious connection and touch, which allows nutrition to transcend from one flesh to the other. Right. So this is the type of same things what goes on when we are fasting and praying. Right. Our thoughts stimulate our mind. Right. Our emotions stimulate our physical structure, and our emotions stimulate our soul. Okay, emotions stimulate the soul, and His Majesty teaches that spirituality comes from the soul, right? So what you are emotional about, that is how you express your spirituality. That is what you have to use to express your spirituality, through your emotions. That's why they say hunger and thirst after righteousness. Be emotional about righteousness so that we can manifest it to each other.
On the screen, man.
Yes, but all right. Next the next point we are going into is mineral observance. So I would like that to be, that was on the screen first, if that can go up there so you can get the definition of minerals. All right, so minerals, right? I cannot see the screen from here. All right, so you can go back to the minerals, yes. All right, so we're going to understand minerals, right? As I said before, minerals are inorganic, right? Meaning to say minerals are like rocks, the crystals and the emeralds and the rubies and the diamonds, they consider those type of things as minerals. Why? Because it is formed from the earth, it's solids that's formed from the earth. But they are not like plants, animals, and human beings, which are organic. So that is the difference there now, right? Now I'm going to read this and just to break it down in my words to show that it's kind of jargon, right? Can you go back to the minerals? That's it. Minerals are solids, meaning they exhibit an orderly internal arrangement of atoms and ions, right? Minerals are inorganic and not from biologic origins. Origin. Despite being inorganic, some minerals can form as a result of organic processes, right? Now, when you read that for the first time, you're not really going to catch it too well because of the words, so you have to figure out what atoms is and what ions is, and right? But basically, right? You took it off the screen. Can you go back? You can bring back the minerals. That's it. Yeah, so basically what it's saying. Okay, so it is basically saying that minerals are formed from the earth, and in some cases, human beings, animals, plants, they may go through certain processes that also cause minerals to form, right? But it's very simple to understand. When we read all of this, it might confuse some of us. So go to the next slideshow. Yes, so we're going to observe vitamins here, right? Vitamins are made up of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Vitamins are called micronutrients because they are needed only in only very small quantities. They also have chemical names, but they are usually referred to by letters, right? So when you read this now, and you hear vitamins are made up of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, you want to know what is carbon, what is hydrogen, and you might have an understanding of what is oxygen because you hear about that more time, right? But if we know what carbon is, like I think I said before, carbon exists in all living organisms, right? But they wouldn't tell you that. They wouldn't tell you carbon is in us already, right? But they try to make it seem like the vitamins is in the food alone, and we swallow the vitamins, right? So vitamins are made up of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Hydrogen is our next gas that is in everything. It is in organic and inorganic matter. From the trees to the spring water to the people, the plants, the animals, everything in the Earth's biosphere has that hydrogen gas, right? So obviously it's not in food alone, you understand? And as we all know what oxygen is definitely not in food alone. Definitely. We all know that from long time, right? So at this time, I hope we did get an understanding of vitamins and minerals more than what we were usually told, as out in the world, right? So I would like to go into the point of the digestive system. We have a pick of the digestive system to go on the screen here if everyone can see it. Right now, the information what was read by the empresses not too long can relate to this, right? Because the digestive system, it has a procedure, a process, it has a function. Food don't just swallow and go down just so, and juice don't just wash it down just like that, But what I'm going to focus on to understand the function, I'm going to focus on what happens to our digestive system when we sleep and what happens to the digestive system when we are under stress and fatigue and pressure. Right? Now, let's focus on the sleep first, right? Now, first to begin, at the top of the screen here where you see it says the esophagus, that is where the food is coming down, right? And then there's the stomach bag after that, right? If we can see on the screen. Now, everyone's stomach bag is not shaped exactly the same, but it's similar to this. And not exactly the same size, obviously, too. Different age brackets, yeah? So when the food reaches down into the stomach there now, let us say you eat about 8 o'clock in the night, right? The food reaches down here. It takes about 4 to 5 hours to digest your food. And that is not all food. Some take longer, the meat and the foods, they take longer than the fruits and those kind of things, right? So it takes 4 to 5 hours basically for the average amount of food. So that is in your stomach there now, about 8 o'clock. It goes down. The duodenum, it reaches to that part there, and that is the part that separates, sends the energy so that the food could break down and the energy could go to our next part and that kind of procedure there, right? So that's our next procedure, reaching to. Then you see it come down now to the small intestines. You see it, I'm just showing you the procedure. It's a whole function, right? And look at how far the function is. Small intestine, cekium, appendix, right? Then there's large intestine, then to the colon, then to the rectum, then to the anus, right? And each of those parts of the intestine has a different function to go through. Now, when we go to sleep at night, the digestive system shuts down fully, right? It shuts down, it's not operating. So if that food, if you eat 8 o'clock and then you go to rest 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, that food we wouldn't know how far it reached, according to the food, but it definitely has not reached anywhere to the colon, after 12 o'clock, right? What happens now when this food stays inside of us? Now, one function changes, your digestive system has a malfunction now, right? And that food, it decomposes inside of you, right? When we go to the places that sell food, you wouldn't buy food what they cooked from yesterday and what they cooked from early in the morning, you see it, but yet still the food that is inside of you is from some hours ago. It starts to decompose inside of you. This is what causes the bad breath. This is what causes the feces to be offensive. This is what causes. My lord,
tie it all up into the fasting now as time is dragging on.
Right. So this part here is explaining the sickness that comes from this, right? Now, fasting and praying, right? It is also healthy, right? Because it gives the digestive system time to move out that decomposed food, right? Because you're not really eating. It's according to the fast you're doing on to. We have the 6 to 6 fast and certain fasts and that fast. It have certain fasts I wouldn't really recommend, because it will put a strain on your digestive system, right? So fasting and praying is supposed to bring a healing to your digestive system, take off the strain from your system, right? So that way you can have more harmonious connection with your food when your food could digest properly and it could get, your nutrition could be properly stimulated, right? So fasting and praying is very healthy for the digestive system, right? To get out decomposed and to, bring an ease on sicknesses. Because when you're sneezing and coughing and these things, all of that is from your digestive system, You might think you have a cold, but your structure is trying to get out waste through mucus, through pimples on your skin, many different ways. It tries all how to get it out. So that is the understanding there about the digestive system, right? You can go to emotional intelligence, right? So these are the points and the benefits of emotional intelligence, right? Emotional intelligence alleviates stress levels, right? Now, we must understand emotions. I don't know if I explained it well enough. I understand I have time on everything, but emotions, I want to explain emotions a little bit more. And I don't want to explain intelligence because these words, we just think we know it enough, but we really don't know. We don't know the fullness of these words. The word, you see, intelligence is not just your knowledge and your ability to learn. That is the noun of intelligence. But the verb of intelligence is to be intelligent, to move intelligence, to make intelligent decisions, right? I'm going to make an example now. When you roll up your newspaper to kill a fly, you come close to the fly flies away. Because the fly has survival intelligence. It is not an intelligent being. Am I going too long, my lord? That's it?
Go on, my lord.
All right. Okay, so as I was saying, the fly has survival intelligence, right? Because it knows to move away, right? It knows how to survive. So emotional intelligence is knowing how to use your emotions, right? Knowing how to channel your emotions, right? So that is why the words come together, emotional intelligence. And emotions are very powerful, as I say. They were existing before we were born. When we were in our mother's womb, yes, emotions was with us, between our mother, us, and our father also, right? Just to say how strong emotions are. They existed before we were born, okay? Now, emotional intelligence alleviates stress levels, right? From how to channel your emotions, and you understand, you will know how to deal with stressful matters better, right? I'm just going to run through it quickly. It regulates eating habits. We are emotional about what we eat, right? Because like I say, when I touch the taste buds, that stays in your muscle memory, and you're always emotional about getting this taste to your taste buds again. So you fall in love with the taste, so you're emotional. Emotions sell. People buy clothes because they are emotional about it. People spend the money on things that they are emotional about, to show you how strong emotions are. So if we could control our emotions, we could control our eating habits. We wouldn't be so studying food when we are fasting and praying. We wouldn't really be studying food just for taste, right? We will study it for really nutrition as its true purpose, right? Helps with decision making, right? As I was now saying, you'll make a more intelligent decision, increases social equilibrium, right? That is amongst I and I, like how we hear reasoning amongst ourselves, we're supposed to have emotional intelligence. We don't get excited, we don't get vexed easily, and we have a certain way how we conduct ourselves, diplomacy, and the way how you carry yourselves. That is, as a group, when we do that together as a group, we have social equilibrium, but we have that intelligence of our emotions while we are amongst ourselves, right? Helps with discipline. It's just natural when we fast and we try to discipline ourselves. Emotional intelligence, strengthens that same way. All your discipline, anything you want to discipline yourself in, yeah, you have to control the emotions, because it's all charms, the things that we are trying to discipline ourselves on, these are the things that charms us, the charms of the world and wherever, We have to have emotional intelligence to control that. And increases adaptability. You might be in a situation that you have never been in before, circumstances you have never been in before. Emotional intelligence is what you have to use to be able to adapt and to be flexible within, guiding your affairs and with discretion. All right, so we have here on the screen moderate stimulation. It says regulates recuperation. Right? So stimulation now, that is what the nutrition does. The vitamins and the minerals and whatever they want to label it as and name it as, that is what it does. It only stimulates the structure. Same thing with fasting and prayer, right? When we pray, our electromagnetic energy is strengthened, right? And it starts to transcend through time and space, right? So it brings stimulation. It can bring stimulation to you and to other people too. That is to show you how strong it is, right? It transcends time and space and distance. The stimulation can reach far, right? So recuperation now. When a person is recovering from a sickness, the doctor will always put you on some kind of procedure to go through a recuperation. It will always involve stimulation, whether they tell you to take a walk for a few hours every day, walking and breathing fresh air, stimulating your lungs and your anatomy, right? That is why when people get vexed and in a heated conversation, someone will tell you, take a walk outside and get some fresh air. And you come back and you feel better because the nutrition go to your structure. When you stimulate from walking, you stimulate your mind from thinking about the situation, and it's something you are emotional about. So your soul is being stimulated at the same time. Right? So in all recuperation forms, to bring back yourself, it takes stimulation of something, some kind of stimulant for the body. I didn't see the last two. We can just bring back that two there, and I'm going to seal it up quickly. Regulates the immune system. This one is very important too, right? The immune system. We have just looked at a picture of the digestive system that is down by the lower belly area. You can look for the respiratory system up by the chest, where is the heart and the lungs and all of that. But you cannot point to any particular part of the human anatomy that is the immune system, because the whole entire human structure is the immune system, right? That is one point that is very important to know. Our whole structure that makes us up is our immune system. So this makes it more evidence that we heal ourselves, right? We heal ourselves by what is in us, the nutrition that is in us already. We just have to activate it. We have to stimulate it to make it active, right? So moderate stimulation regulates the immune system to keep us healthy, in all circumstances, right? And thought process, same thing. The mind needs stimulation. So this is what we are doing right now. From the item is listening clearly to me right now, our minds are being stimulated from we are into what I am saying. And if we are passionate about what I am saying right now, if we are emotional about what I am saying right now, our thought process will be stimulated, and that is healthy for the mind. So when a conversation like this comes to us again, we will be ready to be active in a conversation like this because our minds have already been stimulated. We have a muscle memory in the brain about this now. Our muscles have been activated and stimulated, So that is basically most of the information there, to really clarify everything. If I haven't made anything clear at this time, I would leave some seconds for ones to ask questions, of any concern. Blessed love.
I believe if I want to have a question, I'll try to write it down and we get back to the
Right.
yes.
Okay, we can always do that, because
Yeah,
I know
that's
the
right.
information
I personally
was
have a
kind of new.
question.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Well, go
personally
ahead,
have a
please.
question.
Go ahead,
But we will
please
get
start the
back with
ball.
it. We will get back with it because we want to continue. I'm
Okay,
a pen and
please.
paper here.
All right, but I'd like to just hear my Lord and Empress. What do them think about it? Anyone? Just please, you can say for yourself.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Through the chair, my lad. It's people once I don't know everyone may think it is slow, but I am telling you it's some great information. Very
Yes, sir.
vital information that we all need. And as much as we think we know, it taught us something more.
Yes,
You know what I
man.
mean? I would say so, my lord. So I, man, personally glorify all of that there is speaking of, my lord. Give thanks,
My
majesty.
Lord. Thank you, my
Rastafari.
Lord. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Bless the
please.
Lord.
I
Blessed
tell
love,
you,
my
I have a
Lord.
question. Yeah, go ahead.
Blessed love, my Lord, to the teacher. Very enlightening. Very enlightening. Give thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Rastafari.
Blessed love. I would
My
like to
Lord.
give thanks as well, because when we think about our levity, it's not just the prayer alone, right? It is about what we eat and what we consume mentally, even through our eyesight, not watching too much television and things like that. But I think too, as African people, one element that we left out is the importance of the sun as well. Getting proper sun actually stimulates all these things too, you know. So give
Yeah.
Yes.
thanks, give thanks.
Yes, Empress.
Rastafari.
I just forgot to mention the sun when I was mentioning the minerals, but the sun is one of the inorganic ones too that gives us stimulation, as you know. So, a whole
There's
lot.
a such thing as sunbathing and things like that, like
Oh yes.
intentionally putting yourself in the sun,
Oh yes, and the moon too. The moon
True,
too.
true,
I
true,
love
true,
that's it. The moon. Yeah,
true,
man.
Yes,
true,
The
my
true,
Lord.
true.
moon.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I.
Give
But as
Give
thanks.
we
thanks, family.
give thanks.
Honorable
And
priest, amen.
blessed.
Bless the love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks
My
to get another blessed day. Give thanks to even the reason men going through at this hour. Give thanks to all ones that have contributed so far. Give thanks to him for the listening, public, the general population that is receiving such information. Would Emmanuel I, Selassie, Jah,
Yeah.
Rastafari. I'm going to be reading upon the overall benefits of fasting. Say, fasting without prayer is unto the sacrament without stimulation. It's an anticlimactic result. Fasting creates an healing environment, giving the temple a chance to rest, heal, and rejuvenate. Fasting, when done properly, is an eliminator, removing all foreign bodies and pathogens from the goody. This relief of impurities also helps to clear the mind with calm, which calms the spirit. The ripple effect helps the memory and mood effects in a positive way. There is a list of many positive effects of fasting. It boosts cognitive performance, protect from obesity and associated chronic diseases, reduce inflammation, improve overall fitness, support weight loss, decrease the risk of metabolic diseases, benefit cancer patients. A recent study with mice and cancer showed that fasting during chemotherapy jumpstart the immune system and expose the cancer cells, ridding the body of all toxic cells and replacing with new, healthy ones may be just the answer. Traditionally, cancer patients have been told to increase nutrition and colic intake undergoing chemotherapy treatment, but this approach may now be under review. Most Ijah, Rastafari. So those are some of the benefits of fasting. And as we've been told and we've been hearing, fasting do a number of things on your goodie. And, it helps to even reset one's mind. It helps to reset one's, pace. And, even within our levity as Bobo Shanti, as Rastafari, we see we are one of the only houses within the Rastafari set that really, take on the fasting, every year, to a certain level, and that's a real good thing. And that's something that I, think that the other Rastafari houses and mansions should adopt also, to even bring the Rastafari liberty of us all into one. Yeah, Rastafari. Give thanks, my Lord and him.
My Lord. Bless.
That concludes.
Yes, Empress. Why is that on the screen there?
No, that's just photos.
Okay. Any more documents?
No, man.
Okay. Give thanks. We give thanks for the presentation. And the floor is open to anyone who have any reasoning, or even if anyone had any questions for Pre-7 or observation or what.
To the chair.
Yes.
Royalty, if you could put back the 10 questions now on top on the screen. Continue, my lord. You can continue to the chair.
So, yeah, I can put it back up. Yeah. Yeah. So with the first question we asked, how does the Congress view rituals or practices originating from non-African? And is there, do we have as a government, do we conduct revision on standing principles periodically, or is that what we just set etched in stone? So the floor is open.
Blessed greetings, Royal Chair.
Okay, go ahead, my lord. Look lovely.
Blessed love. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress of the Royal Council of Elders. Been a while since I have not sat with the Honorable Council. Today is feeling like a special day to me, like a celebratory day, because I have managed to feel some of the hurdles that have been consuming my time and focus. And today I have managed to be here, and that's very special to me. Thanks for the real hard, assiduous ongoing of the Royal Council. I have listened intermittently sometimes, and I give thanks. Yes, my Lord and Empress, the presentations have been very, very informative. I rather like when Pre-7 talked about fasting and praying together and how it emits energy, nutrients from one flesh to the other. And of course, that is something that we realized and discovered a long time ago. It's like a kind of conditioning. The structure is made up to adapt and especially when it gets that rest from the fasting and the abstinence from the eating of food, in particular, people normally be eating denatured foods. And so when we rest, that energy that secretes nutrient is more heightened. And when we see that, we remember in the upper room, the 120 people together, fasting and praying. And that was a special day in the history of what we call the Christian tradition, because that was the day when the power came down in such an awesome amount. And that's because they were all there, and the flow of that energy. Because if you're happy, it heightens your health. And if you're sad, it can deplete your health, because when we're sad, we don't want to eat. It means that the structure secretes some kind of nutrient, some kind of enzyme, according to your emotions. And so it is good when we fasting and praying, it heals like that. And it creates nutrients like that. So when we get together and we fast and we pray together, then it can heighten your health, because the nutrient is being exuded by the goodie, because the emotion is set, it's focused on high realm attainment, high realm achievements. It is you're going into it with an intention to be healed, to be better, to be closer to your divine. And so it's causing your system to emit that amount of health, that health energy, that enzyme in you that would normally emit when you eat something good, and it extracts all the nutrient out of you. It's all enzymes, and according to your emotion. We remember where Mr. Pavlov would take the dogs, and he would ring a bell every time he feeds them, and they would salivate and eat their food. But there comes a time when he just rings the bell and they're salivating without any food. So it shows that that enzyme is being given off, is being produced, and is being used. And some of the times it is involuntary, because even though the bell rings and the dog salivate, even when the bell doesn't ring, the dog might not be giving off that enzyme in that amount, but it's always there being given off according to creating health. It's just like your hormone that we call the flight and fright hormone. As the body gives off these kind of hormone that create different feelings and activity inside of you, it can create fear or tension, whatever. Just the same, it creates healing energy. And fasting and praying is known to create that kind of healing energy, especially when people are together in quantity. I think that was very, 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 very good. The whole thing has been very informative, and I am really glad today it's a special day. We see too that, because when I looked at the questions that are posted there, and of course, I myself was of the supposition that fasting was solely a Christian idea or a Christian entity. But I have listened, and I have seen prehistoric Egypt, prehistoric Ethiopia, and that this practice of abstaining, of focusing, of making a time when you're thinking about all things good, all things pure, all things pleasant, that can create health and benefit and bring things within your space that you desire. Very, 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 very informative. Blessed Lord, my Lord and Empress. Yeah.
My Lord, give thanks and ever coach. Majesty bless.
To the chair.
Yes, my Lord.
Yeah, good point, my lord. Good point that I ended on. A key point, fasting and prayer existed long before we came in contact as Africans with the Europeans. it's like many of our traditions that we have practiced around here that have um, Eurocentric flavors now. If we trace them forward to their origins, we would see that our ancestors practice similar or greater in a purer manner, in a more pure or original manner. As majority of what the world is built on, and this is not just a saying, we often hear this, we often say it, but I don't want to internalize the reality of it. Civilization came down the Nile. It came from the highland regions of the continent of Africa, where the sages sat down and demystified man's reality and then was able now to share it. Those information traveled along the Silk Roads, which are the trade routes that existed back in those days. And the culmination of those information ended up in a place called Egypt. From Egypt now is where the Europeans sailed in and came and studied, plundered, stole, plagiarized, and created the kingdom that we see today, or the modernity that we see today. But the origins of majority, if not all of what they are built on, started with our ancestors. And I'm saying this to say, as we reclaim our Africanness, as we reclaim the essence of ourselves, we need to identify these origins so we can understand the intent of our ancestors when they created the message, the teaching, the discipline, the philosophy, whatever we deem it to be. We can understand the intent of its creation. So now we can understand how to best use it to get from it what we need to get. Because remember now, whatever practices we are practicing that we learned in the West has many infusions in it. And it's not all of them that serve us. So I'm saying this to say that in situations like this kind of discussion, we are deciphering now and analyzing all the areas to see what best serves us and what has authenticity within our Africanness. Give thanks.
My lord.
And that is addressing the first question, sorry. And that is addressing the first question, my lord. Bless it.
Naturally. From all the information this morning, what I gathered, or really reaffirming myself, you know the old saying, a lie is always formulated on some piece of the truth. So we see the plunderers and colonial people them. They came and met some basic facts about all aspects of humanity. And it was shared because these truths, it don't belong to no person or no group. It's a universal truth. But we understand it started with our ancestors who was always seeking and always trying to have that solidifying that relationship between man and the creator. So they take these things now and they put a little spin to it, you know, and add on what they have to add on and come with a whole something where, you know, it will look like it's set up from time immemorial. But we give thanks to the Father who say, you know, the comforter, that spirit of truth that the man left with us, that will break down all barriers, all traps and snares and gin, and bring everything to our oneness through understanding, reality, you know. So we give thanks. for these
Royal here.
interconnections. My Lord, give thanks for this journey. Honorable Priest Earl. Yes, my Lord.
Yes, Royal family. Give thanks to life, and give thanks to the mighty life giver, and give thanks to King Emmanuel, win them, because as a good teacher, give thanks to I and I being good student, Yes, So when it even come on to the fast, then what I mean, it's yearly, when it reaches the time of Ash Wednesday, it come like it's something normally you turn on, you know what I mean? You turn on going at the fasting. The man who doing it from all of this time and never stop, right? I'm one of the man who, the young man them, remember when them come, they,
Yeah, give thanks.
We don't hear you, Priest.
You're saying something here?
We wasn't hearing you.
No, anybody?
You wasn't here now?
No.
No.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I say, I don't know. But
We hear when you say give thanks for King Emmanuel.
From that time. Yes. All right. Yeah, man. So over the years, when it comes on to Ash Wednesday, I don't know if you hear that. Normally, I and I who pass over the years, it's coming like it's just like when you turn on a switch, right? Like we have to do it because it's a feeling in our temper, right? Yes. Like something where you have to do compulsory, right? And it is hard and it is not hard because you have to go through something. It's not every man can feel hunger, right? Because you have a time when you feel that in the fasting, but it's that whether you do some deep breathing, find something to do to keep your meditation focus because the fasting is not just sit and watch time because it's not like that. You find something to do. And when you find something to do, this is the time is moving. But when you sit and watch the time now, it come like it stands still, you know what I mean? So yeah, man, I've been doing it over the years, right now I'm still fasting, you know what I mean? But not in the tabernacle, but normally I fast but them that say the hard fast. But I don't know why them that say it is the hard fast.
What at the 22 hour?
But all fasting is 22 hours, whether you take it from 12 to 2, it's still going to be 22 hours. But what happened now to some of the man, them in the night now, them going to rest, and them don't feel that journey. Like I feel the journey now in the day, you know what I mean, you're moving, and you feel that journey, you know what I mean? Well, when them rest now and by 6 o'clock, 12 o'clock come, like a normally fasting, and then they break it out in 2, but it's still 22 hours. You see what I say? Yeah. But what happened now with Iman now, I still take it 22 hours, but when Iman break it 6 o'clock, 3 I get hold up on the journey. I find out say I'm not keeping up. As I break it, I want to rest. Right? I rest come down for high. So that is I weakness now where I find say I have this fasting. So what I trying to do now is break it 1 hour earlier, right? Because I'm not in the tabernacle, right? And that's why I say King Emmanuel win them, because everything that I hear, right? As I say King Emmanuel, they prepare us as a Bobo Shanti, as the Honorable 37 said, I am the holy group. And over the years, if a man speak the truth, when fasting come, the yard always get scattered because truth is a free place and a man maybe have him country. But you always see, say, you don't see a whole lot of people at the moment. Are they chosen few at all time, like even now, right? Because I say it is like
like a switch for high. No matter how it seem hard, when it reached that time, we got to. I man have to do it over the years. I never stop to say one time not going to do it. All the challenges, got some of the challenging people that say this is the Pope way, but I know say we were living in a creation with this Asian power way, which is fasting and praying. If you don't know why, it's fasting and praying we use to build all the great pyramid and these things where still elude these people. Because fasting and praying now, you can feel the spiritual power one perfect love right house.
My Lord. And I don't know if anyone pick up the connection that's what Honorable Priest Earl say from what Priest Sevens was reasoning about. Priest Sevens, what Priest Earl just talked about it. You describe it. Muscle memory. See how the priest say from the time the priest I described the muscle memory there. Not true, my lad?
Blessed love. Blessed love.
Blessed love and blessed.
I give thanks and glorify what Priest Earl just described, because being a member of the E.A.B.I.C from that time, it's always a great joy when we start fasting and praying. And Jah will lock his gate and all business will cease, but we will still do our daily chores and service will go up every day. And we have to go in the tabernacle to break our fast. But as an empress, we fast differently because we have our days where we rest. So we wouldn't partake of fasting, but when we're free, we definitely will have to go in the fasting house. And the fasting house ritual is so divine and beautiful. I mean, for anything, it was a struggle for us as empresses because all the dignitaries that had to go out the road to do job business, because the Congress still did have to run, when they come in, we as empress would have to be the last one. We'd be to the fasting house door, and a priest would just come off the road from doing job business, and we'll have to just wait. Some more time we'll be the last one, to break our fast. And then we couldn't come out of the tabernacle. We had to stay for the closing him. And most brethren would just broke their fast and just go, And we as empresses had to stay till the closing him. And then sometime only half an hour we have, because the fasting cut off at 2 o'clock. And you break your fast at 12, and you have to be in the tabernacle. But I give thanks and glorify. I know just a priest speaking about, because I felt it, I'm still feeling it, because when you go to Jerusalem schoolroom, everything that you learn, if you're a diligent student, it never leave you, And we live this from Christmas straight forward back to coronation, come right forward to Christmas yearly. So King Emmanuel Charles has taught us, give thanks and glorify. I would make it too long. Give thanks and glorify for Ash Wednesday coming up. Oh, Resurrection, Good Friday. My favorite time of the year, because this is the only celebration as a woman doing 21 days, purification principle. This is the only celebration I will get every year. And a priest Dougie would remember that. You see, don't care how much vibes going between us through the years. You see, when it comes to Thursday night when we cooking our food and preparing, everyone in a unity. Because who want this little pepper? Go to you. We have no enemies, but we'll go to a person that you and them have no good vibes, and we be getting this from that one and next. It was such a beautiful fellowship, I give thanks and glorify for that, and it lives with me, and it never will leave me, I give thanks and glorify for the fasting period. Blessed love.
Majesty bless. A food for thought question. Ash Wednesday is determined from an astronomical point of view, from the moon. If you look, they don't have Ash Wednesday probably for next year already, and it doesn't always be on the same date. So what do I them think of that? Does that come under to say few rituals or practice originating from non-Africans? My Lord and Empress. Question.
Our way of life, royalty, here, being plagiarized
Yes, my Lord.
and given back to us as a people, right? You know what I mean? The honorable priest Isaac is here. I think Sam said the first time he came and speak about the stars, him never get welcome. Yeah, you see it? I don't realize that, you know, most of the thing that Babylon, as the priest said, civilization came, you know, from not down the Nile, you know, it was up the Nile from the south. You see it? You know what I mean? Yes. So most of what Babylon speaking about is something that been plagiarized, man, from NIS black sons and daughters. Remember, you know, I know we just say Ethiopia, Africa, Africa and the world. But anywhere you go, you see the black man leave his mark. You know, whether the Olmec and none of them know the civilization who came after them come to this chapter. If at China you talk, there is something there that the black man leave. So, you know, the black man that represent our ruler, you know, one perfect love.
Priest Isaac isn't, I don't see him on right now again, he probably came on. But that would have been interesting to hear his answer. You know, every year, Ash Wednesday is on a different, if not consistent. So them I come, them get it with the moon. You know, so who does determine that? How is it determined? Does anyone have a reason on that, my lord?
Blessed love, my Lord.
Blessed love.
In Ethiopia, you have the Orthodox.
Yeah.
They call it fiesta. It is like a week or so before the
US.
yes. And then you have the Ramadan, which is the Muslim. And I noticed this year, everyone was saying it was like, no, it's Friday, you know, because the big conversation in Ethiopia, even in Gambia too, Empress Sasha say that they was waiting for their time of the moon when they was going to start fasting, you know? That's just my little input.
Give thanks and praise. Glorify. I know it had to do with something with the moon. You know? Priest Rasawana, have any word on that? Priest Lamont?
You remember through the cheers, remember in the reading a while ago, it told you how the whole process started and what was the name that was applied to the person who started it, if ones were listening. Anyone remember the name?
Oh, excuse me.
No, you're free to speak, Empress. Go ahead.
No, I was going to bring up another point, but you were asking a question. I'll wait for ones to answer.
Wasn't ISIS or something? Yeah.
No. All right. It's Pope Gregory is who started it. We established it, established Ash Wednesday as the starting of the fast. Now, who is Pope Gregory? Who is Pope Gregory? We know we're under what calendar? Gregorian calendar. So as the eye is saying precisely, I am tying the thing together with what the eye is saying. Pope Gregory, the Gregorian calendar, Ash Wednesday, established through the calendar, established through astrology, the science of the sky, Yes, it all ties into that one principle. So they understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I wrote here?
Yes, my lord. Yes, my
Yeah,
lord.
it all ties into that one thing that I'm giving you now the tie-in right there. Who started it? It's
Yeah.
Pope Gregory. He's the one accredited for the Gregorian calendar. He uses calendar principles to identify his ceremonial system. So it
Okay.
is natural that he used the moon, the sun, the
Right.
planets, whatever,
Right.
to align it. Blessed.
My lord. Give thanks.
To the chair, my
Yes,
lord and empress.
Honorable Priest German, my lord.
Yes, my lord. Just to add to what has been said, I also think that this period come from an ancient practice of, mapping out spring. You know what I mean? Because when you really have to look at it from a crucifixion point of view, you would have celebrate that at a specific time of the year, just like how the 23rd of July. We know that to be His Majesty Earth Strong. You don't celebrate that basically off of no lunar calendar. You understand me? But because of how spring is every year, you understand? It's not really that story that they tell us in the Bible is also metaphysical. You know what I mean? It's not like direct to say like, all right, this person was crucified, da da da, and this is what we're celebrating. It's more like harvesting and reaping and time to plant and you know what I mean? So from that aspect, you will see the time change every year because we basing it on the spring pattern, time to plant, the time for things to bloom. And we're talking about the northern hemisphere. You understand? So
Yeah.
that's how I see it when it comes to Lent and fasting. It's you coming out of one period and entering into another period. Like for instance, we here in North America, we know that everything goes desolate in winter. You check? Everything, you know what I mean, bare off the tree, no food, no fruit. But as soon as spring starts, you start to see the greenery and, nature itself start to rebirth. You understand? So within that aspect, you could see the newness. And that is why I think the fasting is also based upon. It's not directly connected to an individual being crucified or resurrected. My Lord, I hope it makes sense.
Blessed love.
I wanted to share something as well, if I may. Yes. So with a little bit of research, because I was considering the fact that that fasting is important not only at a certain period of time like we are now during Lent, and this sort of confirms as well what Priest Earl was talking about, doing it throughout the year. Okay. So what I found is that the Ethiopian Orthodox Christians often fast throughout the year on both Wednesdays and Fridays in memory or in acknowledgement of, on Wednesdays, it would be to commemorate Judas Iscariot's betrayal of Jesus, or ISU, and on Fridays to honor the crucifixion. Okay, so I just wanted to make that point, and also in our own times of fasting and prayer throughout the year, we have to remember as well that Scripture talks about how fasting and prayer, certain things in our liberty, or if you're interceding for others and battles that ones have within yourselves and others, that fasting is necessary at any point that you choose. And there is a scripture reference. It would be, there's two, but the one that I'm going to lift is from the Gospel of Mark. 9 and 29. It says that according to the Bible, in the context of Christianity, okay, I'm reading verbatim, reading word for word, things that only come by prayer and fasting are typically understood as referring to particularly difficult spiritual battles or situations where strong demonic forces are present, requiring a deep level of commitment and devotion to God through prayer and fasting to overcome them. This is most notably mentioned again in the book of Mark, chapter 9, verse 29. And this is the kind of, behavior or practices that should occur. And I was thinking, it's been a few years now, my son actually taught me the discipline. I would say he was the example of the discipline of fasting on a regular basis. He fasts maybe once or twice also during the week, whether it be cutting out all foods for a period of time throughout the day, consuming just fruits, just water. Some often call like no food at all, like a dry fast, but it does strengthen you spiritually, emotionally. It's often necessary to fast during times of illness. You will heal quicker, even if it's just a common cold, flu, or even if you have high blood pressure, diabetes. Oftentimes people call it turning over your plate, but abstaining from food and incorporating prayer and meditation is very medicinal. And I just wanted to make that point that not just during a certain time of the year where we're collectively fasting, it is most necessary to fast throughout the week, once or twice, or depending what ones are capable of doing. Again, considering that if ones are on medication, you may need to eat just because you're on medication or certain aspects of it. But I just wanted to lift that point that certain things, even with what we talk about within the Congress, and I thought about this, I never brought it up, but I thought about this when we talk often about wanting to establish strength for Bobo Hill, that this is a time that we should pray and fast, to make those changes. And I know Priest Rasavana, when we before we officially started our meeting, and I would like to go over that again at some point, whether or not it's today or next week or at some other point, where he was lifting up the concerns, and Priest Nappy was starting to speak on it too. What we need to do to strengthen Bobo Hill. And this is what I would think. This would be a perfect time to be focused on prayer and fasting so that we can, reestablish what our principles are, as Bobo Shanti, and what it is that we want moving forward. How can we strengthen, the Congress? How can we strengthen the unity, And these are the kind of things that we should focus on, whether it's during this time that we focus on that, or we set a weekly fast. If we chose, one day out of the week that we are fasting and praying with intention about making those kind of changes. So I just wanted to lift that up. Some of the strongholds that we battle with will only be overcome by prayer and fasting, So give thanks. Blessed love.
Through the chair. Yes. Go ahead.
Thanks, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks, Council of Elders. Give thanks to the E.A.B.I.C. Give thanks to this day of reasoning, my Lord and Empress. Wonderful day. Beautiful reasoning. I give thanks, Honorable Empress Akeem. You're always on point. Good meditation, I read years ago about how many days of fasting priests in Ethiopia in our culture fasted, and it always sort of coincide with the hill what the Father gave us. First of all, I want to give thanks to our King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, my first anointed teacher. I remember being questioned one time, someone asked me if Dada could read and the level of education that he had. And me say, the man carries so much knowledge and wisdom come put in our hand for us as a development, as people, that no university couldn't teach him. Give thanks to all the teaching that the man come teach us. Fasting and prayer as a very important part of the culture. Some call it rituals, but we give thanks to these rituals. Or as we study, we get to understand the science behind them and how important it is in our development. In the Bible, there was a scenario where the disciples them did come to Christ and say they were trying to remove some devils out of a set of people, and they were not successful. Christ said to them, say, that requires fasting and prayer. So in line with what Empress Akim is saying, and the practice on the hill, every Monday and Wednesday is fasting day, Sabbath is fasting day. So it wasn't just Lent that we fasted on the hill. And I remember going through about 18 months of fasting in a time. And I understand now in hindsight that Dada had his objectives that he needed, certain points and things that he wanted to do. And it required us fasting and the togetherness of it to highlight the energy and the things that he wanted to manifest. So, yeah, we have to give thanks to this man and him teaching. And when we question the things, you know, we're going to find a solid foundation the Father give us in this way of salvation that they call it, you know, to save the soul. And it's all deep rooted in our African understanding of the universe and creation. And as much as different religions take aspects of it and plagiarize and all of that, me now Bobo Shanti, man in a turban, cuss me about Lent, and we take up Christian business and black and all sort of thing. Very disrespectful. But we will set fast fun where the Father give us, because we have seen the energy and the wisdom in the man. And all of us feel it once we do it. The man that question it is the man that never tried it. But the man that tried it feel the positiveness and the energy in our life. So we give thanks, you know, and glorify. Yeah, fasting and prayer is a very powerful weapon, and weapon against weaknesses. Let me say, usually nothing when we put aside starting at the period of Lent through the fasting, you know, and the highlighting of our spiritual connection in that time. You hear the Empress said, Empress Lily, give thanks to your words and strength. Yeah, every day when we're on the 40-day journey, you have service, you know, and remember coming out of post bush with post for my head. And when we reach over the gully, way over the corner, me here closing him, I come down. I mean, fasting him, not closing him. I make it just in time, you know. And it's a fulfillment in your life, in your steadfastness as a soldier upon this journey. I'll take it long, but give thanks, my Lord and Empress, yeah, for this dear reason. Blessed love.
My Lord, Majesty.
To the chair.
Boy. Yes, Honorable Praise.
Well, give thanks for this reason, my lord. Very informative, you know. You know, give us more depth in ourselves, you know. But when it comes to fasting, upon the hill, we start really fast. And we go through them 40-day fasting, 22 hours. You know, where service come down at 12 o'clock. Usually take an hour for everyone brought them fast. And usually have back another hour or so to eat and start back on 2 o'clock. That's okay. The one them that I did the punch. Where we live a camp. And couple notes I remember. I mean, when the fast just start off, you know what I mean? And the evening time, you should go and go sit down with Dada and read with him differently, you know. And it is struggling for the first couple of days, really, for the first week. But you once your body gets in tune to it and you kind of figure out how to go about it and the kind of food to consume and how much to consume and the type of thing, you get acclimated to it. Because during them fast day, you know, what I work I go and see when I like work stop because bucket of water would have to carry same way. Because them days, you know, the water never really run from the camp yet. So enough bucket of water would have to carry every morning. So enough how we get up early, because we have youth and women there. And we have to make sure the water carry early. And hopefully we can get the water before enough of the people them down at the scheme and them way there. I get water, crowd up the thing differently, you know, see it. So remember, yeah man, that every strenuous work to do all of them things there within the fast. But I also noticed that I remember when the priest them broke the fast, like the man them dey on edge more time, man. If a man no move quickly, I can't do him seniority or whatever it is. No. I remember Priest Rocco and Priest Giffy was some of the man, the first man they were used to do the bread and brought the fasting out. You know what I mean? And remember, just like the Priest Rocco I heard that going at the fast now. So my lad, take it easy, majesty, you know. I don't know, something the priest we did do, I don't remember what. But I also remember, you know, say it take a lot of tolerance during them time. They make it dig deeper in yourself, very tolerable. Because you know what I mean, because you know if we always remember the saying, you know, hungry man is a hungry man. So when your body not enough food in it, sometimes it really just a tolerance level. You know me I deal with. So I didn't know that. I just see where that did really build during them time there. But I always remember a little incident where they fasting and everyone about them fast and Shami they play music and Shami they have to get up and go and Shami just ask guys to come play the music a little bit. The kettle, which I never play kettle, I play phone there I play a camp. And I go up on the kettle and no, we can't I man can play kettle for about 5-10 minutes, good in or nothing. But me not no long me not no longevity. So we go up on the kettle man and me blaze it. And then by them time they saw me working fast and come forward, you know, see it and by the time service come down, you know, Mr. Preacher come out of the tabernacle door, you know. And he come and say, my lord, the father don't want to know which man they play, my lord. So man they play look while the man to keep playing majesty. The father never do abuse that sprinter. But that about my life I saw me and early and the man there. You know, so I remember that dude fasting to that little incident, my lad. You know what I mean? But that's a time of really, you know for balance your time and all of the issues that, you know, the strenuous issue that affect you. You know what I mean? My lord and empress. Distance.
My lord.
To the chair.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Empress.
Go ahead, Empress.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. What I wanted to say in regards to fasting is that when we do fast for these 40 or 40 plus days, it's very important not just to fast and pray, but to watch what you put in your goodie when you're fasting. Because if you're fasting and you're eating the same kind of foods that you normally would eat when you're not fasting, and you're not really ridding your goodie of all the parasites and all the kind of things that are going on in your goodie. So it's important to take the time to reflect, fast, and eat nutrients that are going to vitalize you and bring you back to that optimum health that you're so looking for during this time of fasting and praying. It's not a joke, because there are many times people say that they fast and pray, and when the fasting is over, it's the same kind of demeanor, the same kind of ways about a person that really didn't really change throughout that time, throughout the duration that they said that they were fasting and praying. It's the same kind of attitude and the same kind of ways that people are looking to change during that period, because it's a serious time of reflection. And it's also, if you're looking at fasting and prayer, it's also a form of surrender. And what I mean by surrender, I mean that it's, one second. It's turning over your ideas and your needs and your expectations to a higher power of your own understanding, to an intuitive guidance system within. And what I mean by that is that you're surrendering not just to, the Most High, but also to yourself, and not indulging in certain things that you would if you're not fasting. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Rastafari.
The chair.
Yes, Honorable Empress Maisie.
Yes, Majesty. I've been struggling with my phone, but give me a little
You're
freedom.
winning, man. You're winning.
I just want to say a few words about the fasting in
Yes.
them time, different fasting. We had a serious fasting going through back into the years gone by than what is going through here now still. Understand? Because we thank God for the Father who teach us about fasting. And before we even start the 40 days fasting, the 28 days fasting, the 21 days fasting, Jah did a belay I and I for Monday from 6 to 12, Wednesday from 6 in the morning till 12, and on every first Sabbath, we do first Sabbath fasting. So the Father was building I and I for these 40 days fasting and, 28 days fasting and so on to come. But as an empress who live on the foundation for the many years of fasting, we give thanks to the freedom of just still, but it always been, we have to be strong to fast, right? And I can remember many days we couldn't wait, for our time in the tabernacle. We watch every soul. We count them down, but watch them. And as them, the priest them go, then the prophet. And then, the empress is them. One of the times they would make visitors go before us, but word come and say, no, the royal empresses, they must go before the visitor brethren them because we are members and so on. But fasting is a building for I and I still. And as you know, our monthly time issues when they come around, we get a freedom, for 8 days, right? Where we no fast, and the spiritual document, etc., etc. But as the 8th day come, we take up back our fasting. But word come again, say we no fast at all until we're free. So freedom was given into the honorable empresses them, to build up ourselves and things. But the brethren them, I respect them still. Because every day for 40 days, you're on 22 hours of fasting. You're only getting 1 hour to push down everything. Sometimes when you see some my brother, them can't hardly move because them try to push down everything down them stomach one time. And that was good for I that go back and it build up gas. I see how my king man struggle with the gas thing. You understand? But I give thanks to fasting because it build eye. You understand? And we can't eat. Wow.
To the chair when you get a chance.
Finish, Empress Maisie. Internet problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please, dog. So that even maybe. What do them think of that information? The Empress just show I. I have a priest.
I go on that is the direction I'm going in with the reasoning now. That was what I was waiting for me because we have to balance the reasoning and I wait to hear all input, then I will fill in the gaps here. So now, health is a key. Preparation and fasting is a key, and this is where some of the teaching is perfect. It was for a purpose, just like Priest Knuckles explained. What it did and what it does for us. The thing about a lot of our principles, we were just learning them. We were infants in learning how to do those kind of principles, and there was no one before us that knew the proper way of preparing for a fast. And everyone was rated, no, just listen to what Iman is trying to share with I and I now. Empress Cindy, she took it right out of it. She didn't go deep into it, but she was alluding to that. What Mama just said a while ago is alluding to that same thing. The consequence of not preparing and doing it properly has health consequences. And a lot of us off of the hill suffered from it, Rasta. And we have to share that story too. So the youth them don't come and go through that. A lot of us came off of that hill with stomach problems. Okay, it removed Priest I from among us because he was an excessive faster. He was I don't know. I don't want to be. I want to be descriptive, but not negative in describing him to the family, because he was a very great man, but he was excessive. Because even when Dada ended fast and went back to his normalcy, Priest I would go beyond that, like proving a point of holiness or whatever it meant. I don't know really what it, but it helped to remove him from among I earlier than maybe he should have, because he developed a very bad stomach problem. So did Priest Georgie, so did Rocco, so did Iman, so did Priest Glass, so did a whole heap of us left the hill with major stomach problem because we did not learn how to properly prepare to fast. Fasting is great. It has all the benefits that we just read. It does all the things that we just exposed on a while ago. But the part that is missing from all of that is, how do you prepare for a proper fast to get from it the benefits and not the damage? Because that is what can happen as well. Hear what it says in one part of the reading. It says, short-term fast has an undisputable benefit to the human temple, but long-term fast, such the whatever length beyond certainly, is damaging to the body. Now, I would say the ultimate fast is that 22 hour. Now, on those fasts where we went on 40 days back to back, were those damaging to us in the long run? Yes, it strengthened us. There's a great side to it that we did learn discipline, strength, and all of that. But if we had known best how to prepare, wouldn't we have been able to eliminate or manage some of the negative consequences that are health damaging to I and I? So that is part of what we have to define now as we go forward in our levity and we reconstruct our order and put these fasting orders. Because right now we're not on an order. An order is called, and that order is defined by the Father, usually. See? So we're not on an official order, we are just going through the ritual of fasting. But when we are on an order, where it is called by the parliament, the priest committee, whatever it is, whoever is in authority of that, then they're supposed to be also a guidance sheet that tells you how to properly prepare and minister the fasting throughout the duration. And that is part of evolving. That is taking things now up to the next level and the next level until we get it perfect. Where when we do go on our 40-day fast together, that synchronicity is there. We're doing it properly. That hungry anger is not there because we have regulated that in the way that it should be. So we now benefit from the heights of clarity that we get in our spirituality, and we can now see those visions that we are supposed to be able to see, looking beyond tomorrow, looking beyond today. As the man said, looking beyond just the physical. That's it.
To the chair.
My Lord, go ahead, please, Knuckles.
Yes, my Lord. Give thanks and every praise. Yes. Preparation is vitally important. As you say, when the Father started us, for I remember when time we started some of the 40-day fast, and as the Empress rightfully said, it was a fast and till the end of the month, free up, and then you start on the next fast. We're not supposed to be doing heavy work during fasting. This is some of what helps damage some of our temples. Now, it's also a reality that even though we all have the same physical body, our makeup different. And so the effect of a 40-day fasting with one set of man might be more carry side effects to a set of one than the bigger body of Bridget. We name out a few people that, yeah, but had gas problem, developed gas problem, a few developed stomach problem, but not the mass of the population, you know. So it is important for one to understand them system and their frailties before you go on these fasting. And like the Empress says, it is your intention when you went to start learning to discipline body and the desires. And here is Majesty have a speech that says some part of it that says something about proper leadership. You have to control the bodily desires and wants. And the fasting and prayer help us to do that. And when time we have a unified objective, that means that we are synchronizing to that idea or that particular thing that we want to accomplish, then we see a greater result. Without that, from your day in this thing after 30, 40 years, you're supposed to within yourself have a development of something that you would like to see accomplished. Like I said, when time I got rid of tobacco, that was one of my personal goals. Started in the fasting. Sorry. You know? So you have to have it within yourself. It's a self-development. It's a tool for self-development. And leaving certain behaviors behind. From you doing it, you must have within yourself something that you want to achieve, personal goals and stuff like that. It's just a way of manifesting some things that you want to manifest in your life, to eliminate some things and for a higher consciousness. And out of that higher consciousness, as Sister Akeem says, is something that I thought about within the last year, that we need to call the house to a fasting towards the unification of the whole body of the Baba Shanti Order, you know, Parliament and headquarters and constables and all who they are wrote on the fence to a oneness, because if the man teaching us how to synchronize our energies to manifest something, then if we put that out as a goal, then it would be more easily attained because we're on the same wavelength. So would I resonate when time I reason amongst yourself to achieve that, you know? So yes, Empress Cindy, very important that now that we have more knowledge of the basic thing that the man was teaching us to do it in a preparation and avoidance of certain food. And one of the key things that I recognize the liquor eating thing, most of the things them that we eat like that having baking powder. Once you eliminate baking powder, it eliminate a whole range of foolishness that you eat along the way, you know, that retard your health. So give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Blessed.
My God.
Praise the
God.
love.
Blessed.
Thanks for life in my life. Give honor, great teacher, King Emmanuel Charles.
Blessed.
Give thanks for life in my life. Give up King Emmanuel Charles Edwards and the principles that he has taught us. Fasting, when I came to Shanty Hill, like the Empress said, it's not just the 40 days fasting we did. Every Monday, Wednesdays, we have fasting service compulsory. That's where we learned the 24th Psalm chant. And we would put on our whites compulsory. And then Friday, Jah added the black over white fasting. And Sabbath is the next day. That is a compulsory fasting. But when I came to the hill, there was also a high day we call the first Sabbath of the month. You know, we used to celebrate that. You know, the first Sabbath of the month. You know, that's why it was a special Sabbath to us. And I was going to say what Sister Maisie said, you know, and what Priest Knuckle just said about the baking powder, the rising agent. I read that 2 weeks before fasting, all rising agents supposed to be out of your house. And we have fasting principles, you know, even the Orthodox over here, because my local helper, she's Orthodox, and I question her about the Orthodox faith. You know, they put through down eggs and milk and certain things, but we know, say, as Bobo Shanti, we don't even need those things. So when it comes to our fasting, really, all I had to throw out of my house was just the rising agent. Take my kitty bread, you know, soft and nice because of my gums, because my teeth has been deteriorating. But on Bobo Hill, like Chris Knuckles said, that we don't do no whole heap of labor and work. But like Chris Nappy said, you still have to go carry water for your daughter, your empress, and your children. But that's why Jah will shut his gate, that no one don't go sell no broom or no nothing. He have a certain ambassadors what will go out. Only them could go out. But we as empresses now, just like he gave us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, you know, we still have to wash your clothes. We still have to iron. And we still have to shine your floor and do our little chores. So the week now, when I'll be free now, I know so I going in the tabernacle, so I won't be home when I could just broke my fast and just relax. I know say, well, I have to go in the fasting house. So me now as a little wise daughter, when I come from around a palace now from washing, I would go and take myself a good bath and make my soak up the water. Because I know that when I reach in tabernacle, everyone, like Sister Maisie said, can broke their fast before us, the daughters. So I had to have that endurance, you know? So I learned that skill that every day before I go in the fasting house, I cleanse myself and soak up my pores, taking, you know, water to give me strength. So Jah teach us, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And we must know our temples, you know. Sister Miriam said that the word came out that we wasn't supposed to fast after a while. But I find and I learned that a lot of words that went out that I didn't get because I still was fasting. When in Bahamas, I fast every day, but I never know no 22 days. 22 hours. But I will fast from a period of time. Sometimes I'll go from midnight. Sometimes I'll go from 6 a.m. to 12, according to how your temple feel, you know? And then I find out, say that after 6 o'clock, you ain't supposed to eat. So there's a lot of knowledge, that we study our temples and like what Priest Seven gave us. That is beautiful, beautiful knowledge, you know? And all these knowledges is to strengthen our goodies on this journey, until we transcend and that give us the will that His will be in our will, that we have the power to resurrect, when the time comes. So I give thanks and glorify for the elders' counselor. That is my few words again. Blessed love.
Give thanks and Chris.
To the
Rastafari.
chair, I have a question to the chair. Anybody hearing me? Am I being heard?
Yes, Mama.
Yes.
Empress.
Yeah. All right. Give thanks, Honorable Empress Lily. Give thanks, Priest Knuckles. Everything well said in the right order. Glorify the man of fire, would teach us. Because that I build us, Jah build us for the time to come and food I go short. In a seat, when I go turn around and eat. When we are going, if I want crackers, we are going to share it amongst ourselves and get like a water and still survive because the man I be lost for them time to come. You see it? Which is not too long from now. Anyhow. And my situation, my family. Good evening, dear. My situation, that's why I ask this question, because to tell you the God truth, me not depend the fasting too tough, because of my situation. I'm not afraid to tell no one that. But how do you do it? Yeah, because I would have said the last time I eat in the evening until 10 o'clock in the morning, we have to do my meds and thing. I can't go up to the 12 o'clock. I know I'm not on the order, but I want to strengthen, do a little fasting in my goodie to continue to strengthen, my way, continue to strengthen my life. You understand? And that's how I do it. So am I really off? That is my question. How are one who have going through, issues in their goodie do this thing?
Through the chair.
Yes, my lord.
Through the chair. I gotta answer your mama. Mama, you're doing great. This is reality. We have to deal with reality, We have to deal with reality too. It has to go by how your temple can handle it and what your temple can handle. Because proving a point and you get sick, you end up in the hospital, you go through all kind of unnecessary things that could have been avoided. That is not God wisdom. That is not how God incites us to be. That is not wise. So you go according to what you can manage, and you are still on the order. Don't look out of yourself and make no one tell you nothing. You're on the order because what? You reverence it, mama. That is where the most important thing comes in. It's like a Sabbath keeper that is in jail. When Saturday come around, he's in jail, amongst all kind of heathen and all kind of thing, But in his reverence, in a God, him gone upon him Sabbath, the reverence in him still activate that moment. See? So you are still on your fast because you recognize it, you acknowledge it, you revere it, and you do it to the best of your ability, mama, and the best of what your temple can manage. And that is fast. Before I let go the floor, I wanted to add one component to this reasoning. Our Father used fasting and prayer also as a weapon. What do I mean? talk of this all the time. This time when I remember when some of our brothers in South Africa was trapped in our mine. And the father is one of the time when I never even want to pass their gates during that period because the way Jah dey on fire, Jah was bringing. I mean, it's one of the time I see Jah vex away. You understand? And Jah call for an order of fasting with an order of drumming, ceaseless drumming throughout a certain period of time. See? And I've seen him do it more than once when certain things happen that affect his people, in a negative way, and he is resisting that negative vibration. He calls for a fast. And during that time, we come together in synchronicity of mind because in those days, he would send a theme of the fast then. Reason being why we're fasting or a theme of the fast. So it would put that in each of I and I mind. That is the synchronizing code. See? So together now we are on that fast with that theme in our mind, that aim. So all our thoughts at some point, if it's even during that heights of service, fasting service, all our thoughts are focused at one focal point, creating a force and an energy. See? So it is weaponized. And you see, when we have those kind of fasts, you always hear something. You always hear some catastrophe somewhere, that we, whether realistically or just symbolically, we accept that comes from the energy that was emitted. I don't know if I'm making sense. Blessed.
Yeah, my lord, you understand perfectly. And
Bless love, Priest Dougie. I remember those days. I remember.
so we just the Empress bring up how people are stuffing on food and the mouth and the different so what is some guidelines along the proper way of breaking fast or fasting period? What sort of food we should eat? What those kind of guidelines.
Right.
Anyone have any suggestions? You
Right,
have a pre
Yes, Honorable. As the Honorable Priest said, it is like stage to stage, you know what I mean? Yeah. So it does leave a high and high now to guide those who like when I pass through that stage, I would know what to do and what not to do. Sometimes after the fasting break, because if you know, say it's a tabernacle thing. It's not like like how it is going on now. You see, I'm still on it. You see, but when it's a tabernacle thing, as the Empress them say, one of the time even the visitors them used to even get asthma going at the the fasting house, before the Empress them. So they said that it shorten up the time for the guard also. I as a guard, I remember, I am only a guard. And I wanna say, go free the guard. You understand? So you have to have one now with that love, say, free the guard. So by the time the guard we get freedom now, we don't have that 2 hour anymore to eat anymore. So, if you chuck down that hot something, then you see what I say, and you chuck down something cold. You see, you don't have the time. So sometimes it's not even what you're eating, it's how you put in what you're eating. You know what I mean? Because normally, remember, when you want to eat something hot, you not to drink something cold behind it, or you must have a little time. But there is no time because the hand going to blow. So it causes a racing for our temple also to put down, for just force down the food. You understand? So it don't give you the time to space what you're eating. You know what I mean? Because when you eat, you must You never go and drink something said that. You must space what you are eating. So some of the time is these things cause the reaction that I have. So how would I work it out now? Through it was a tabernacle thing that we don't have to rush the way we normally rush. Because are experience that tabernacle way. Right? Many don't know what you are talking about. That first little honey. Remember they say about get the first something with the little honey. Was so nice. Yes, my lad, that can't away one perfect love.
To the chair.
My Lord.
To the chair.
Yes, and I will praise.
Give thanks for the words of everyone. Praise the Reverend. I'll continue along those lines. And I ask for guidelines on what we should eat. And I want to answer what Empress Maisie was saying too, you know. So I'll start with Empress Maisie because that might answer everything in a kind of way. So when we break fast, that was the first thing that Empress highlighted. When we break fast, we belly feel bang. I have experience with that too. Your belly bang, you feel like you can't move. Right? The reason for that is because of the stomach bag. The stomach bag expands and it shrinks. When we fast, it shrinks very small. Right? So to put food, as we looked at the chart earlier, in order to put food down the esophagus to the stomach bag, it must be gentle food. Food that is gentle on the stomach bag. Right? Food that could gently expand the stomach bag. You cannot flush everything down there like you're flushing it down PV pipes. You know, so that is one reason why that happens to us on our breakfast. You know? What we eat, and as Priest was now saying, how we eat it. You need to space out. But you only have 2 hours, so you just have to accept this fact that you cannot eat that much. So just accept it. Don't try to push down everything. You only have 2 hours, right? The next thing, the Empress was asking, how does a person fast who have illness, right? We are accustomed to the fast, this type of fast here, where we don't eat nothing at all. People have all types of fasts out there, all according to the individual. What works for them, as Mama Lily was saying, and Priest Doug. You understand? It all depends on the individual. It is fasting is optional and it is personal, right? So there are some people who actually fast to get rid of diseases, because before you start to take your treatments, that is what Dr. CB was teaching you. Before you start the treatment, you have to go on a fast in order for your structure to take in the treatment with the most amount of potency, you know? So it's all according to the person how you're going to fast. If you choose to, you have water fast where you can still drink your water while you're fasting. Have fruit fast where you can eat your fruits while you're fasting too. It's all according to you, you know. And the next thing I wanted to touch on was the combination of foods. Nice. That is what
very nice.
Most
very nice. Very nice.
Yes. And the last thing is combination of foods. Most of us are not aware of that at all. Combination of foods is very dangerous, especially when you break your fast, right? We think fruits is all good, but combination of fruits is not good, right? Acid fruits don't mix with sweet fruits. When you break your fast, you cannot suck orange and then eat banana. You see, it doesn't come from the same tree and growth development. You understand? These things cause mood swings. It causes a malfunction in the digestive system to be acid and the sweet at the same time. So then I have combination of foods. I wouldn't go all into it, but basically have many different combinations that is not healthy for us. And that is something we'll have to learn. I cannot speak all of that right now, you know? But that affects us too. That affects us very seriously. Bless the Lord, my Lord.
To the chair, my Lord.
My Lord, go ahead, please.
Yes, Honorable. Just to add to what the reasonment is all about and the questions we have anyway. I want to, bring this to one's and one's meditation also, that we normally fast. Everyone normally have to fast. Why I say that is because when you go to bed at night, you can't put nothing in your mouth. Your body itself goes through a period where it's actually now rejuvenating itself during your rest. You know what I mean? Your last meal and everything that is being taken care of by the body, it's, you know what I mean? It's been put away and all these things. And then your body now goes into a healing mechanism during the night while you're resting. I don't know if anybody ever get up in the evening to urinate and realize your urination also have a smell and it also have a bright color. You could even drink water as your last thing for bed. And even if you get up to urinate, you will realize your urination have a bright yellow, goldish kind of a color because your body now is actually detoxifying itself and you're actually getting rid of certain toxins. Hence, the word break fast. Every morning, Babylon give us this word break fast, break fast. You understand? Now, in traditional breakfast, you have something what you call tea, cereal, warm things that are initiated into the temple when you actually having your breakfast. You understand me? So hence now, we know that that is an 8-hour period that you go to bed. You have 24 hours in a day. So that is an 8-hour period that everyone naturally have to go through. I don't know if anybody ever stay up for 24 hours straight and realize how your heavens feel, how your goody feel, how things operate with you. It start to go out of line if you don't get that rest, if your goody don't rejuvenate itself. You understand me? So that's a natural fast. Everyone have to go through, no matter what, because you have to rest your goody. Two now, if you add 8 hours onto that, 8 and 8 is 16. That's another 8 when you're actually up. That's when you're actually cognizant of what's going on around you. You understand me? Yeah? So now, if you forcefully now say in the morning now, like we just do, and also this is something I want to bring in. Now I remembered it. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are spiritual days based on the alignment from the heavens to the earth. Certain planets, certain things are in line where you more worship on certain days. That's why fasting is on Mondays and Wednesdays specifically. Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays are more physical days. You understand me? So that is why you really don't do much of a worship per se, but you would get up and work. You would get up and do something. You understand me? Saturday is a balanced day. Saturday is a day where it's governed by Saturn. You understand? And certain elements are in place for you to actually do certain things and not to do certain things. So it's a balanced day. Yeah. So back to what I was explaining about the 22 hours and I mean the fasting, the natural fasting that you do. 8 hours on top of that 8 hours that you rest is 16. Now, if you voluntarily do a fast, you understand me? Now you're putting your goody now through an additional period of fasting, which is now beneficial as the same as your resting. Yeah? So I don't want to be too long-winded. I'm gonna leave it right there, and then I'm gonna come again and explain some more things about what I'm trying to say or what I'm bringing forward. But that is, indirect to answer Empress Maisie's question about fasting and your temple and gas and all of these things there. That's the next reason I'm going, go into why your temple is filled with gas and how you get that out of your temple. Blessed Lord.
Right,
Royal
to the
J.
chair, Royal. If you could just Royal Tech, if you could put back the one you had before this that talk about the circadian um
And
link.
Empress Cindy's hand has been up a while.
Okay, yeah, no man, I'm not speaking. I just want to bring that on the screen. Don't remove it until after the Empress and the Brethren speak because I want to. It fits right in line what we are talking about right now. That circadian rhythm of our body. But let everyone speak. Got you, best.
Empress Cindy can go on.
Empress Cindy and then Priest Adigan.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. My question is for any priest who wants to answer this. During the Lent season, why is it 22 hours the priest does need to fast for?
Through through the chair. Um, During that time coming up, that is what we were accustomed to on the campground. I living out in the earth right now. I follow a 16-hour fast. That's what I personally do according to all my circumstances. I fast 16 hours. So when Priest Germain was saying it, I said, boy, that is the way I see. 16 hours of fasting, I do right now. I think said the 22 hours is too much. I don't think you're going really, it's damaging. I think it's too much to the body. I think it can be damaging if you don't know what you're doing. You really have to stay in a certain settings to
Natural.
actually fulfill the order there. If you are out in the road and work and do certain thing, it will be damaging to the body. You know what I mean? So as I say, you have a different type of fasting according to the environment that you're in. You know what I mean? And I endorse a 16-hour fast for myself personally, not a 22-hour like when I did the pandemic. My love.
Yes, Royal Chair.
When I did the
That was Priest Adigan, I think. Priest Adigan, I think, was next.
okay, Priest Adigan, 1 minute. When I was there, we fast at 12 and go back up on 6 o'clock in the evening and go around till 12 in the day. It used to be from 6 in the evening till 12 in the morning. That was the fast when I was on the hill. My lord. Priest Adigan.
Yeah, man. Changes took place with you. Right. Priest Adigan.
Priest Adigan.
Blessed Lord, my Lord. Blessed Lord, my Lord and Empress. Do give thanks for life and the mighty life giver. Give thanks for all the observing such fasting. I man personally can't uphold this fast because I man suffer from gastritis. So I can't uphold the fast like that right now. But as it relates to the fast and Ethiopia, I see it was interesting what they were saying about Ethiopia turn vegan or strict vegetarian in the time of Lent because in regular times they eat all the regular foods what everyone eat. But them say Rasta, when them examine the Rasta, this is what them say of the Rastafari community who promote ital liberty. Them says, why the Rasta fast every day? Them say their fast is period. That means it's a certain time called Lent is gonna come up in Ethiopia at a different period to us, When we done with Lent in the West, Ethiopia just a go start for them Lent. So it's a difference, is even the timing, but them call our vegetarian diet, that is our standard eating, where we call ital and vital. Them say Rasta eat fasting food, them look on vegetarian food, regular vegetarian. So them say, why is the Rasta man always fasting? So they are them think to that.
Well, we see with their custom, they associate a particular food with fasting.
Right. So that's what I learned while in Ethiopia, that they say Rastaman's diet is a fasting diet, you know. So that's just that we did want to share, and that the season of Lent is different in Ethiopia to the West still. So my Lord and Empress.
And I would add to you, and I would add to that, to Sadigan and the Royal Chair, I would add into that what do we fast for? We fast for cleanliness. It's a detoxing process where we are detoxing ourselves of bad thoughts, of bad waste in our body and so forth and so on. So if the Rastaman is constantly fasting, that means he's constantly detoxing. He's constantly purifying his temple. That is my philosophical outlook on that. What that I just posed a while. Because if they say that I and I is constantly fasting, and the process of fasting is to eliminate, purify, and strengthen. That means that the Rastaman is constantly doing that on a steady basis. Bless you.
So Chris Royalty, I want to say something after Priest Sadigan.
Go ahead, Preserve.
Yes, pertaining to I think they're Priest Jeremy or Priest 7, I don't remember. But anyway, the different fasting, right? When I come to the camp, right? We never have a choice to say different fasting. But now we have a choice, you know? Yeah, where one could have fast according to how they feel. You know, and one could even fast the 4 hours if you can even manage the 6 hours. Remember, even on the foundation, when I want the afflicted, them don't go for fasting still, you know, fasting wasn't like a hunger strike. With the on the foundation and see individual come, right? And I tell Jah how to fast. And Jah make him know say it is not a hunger strike, right? What the individual was suggesting about fasting, that means say with a fast a 7 day or a couple of days before it, we partake in something. And you have to make him know say this is not a hunger strike, because people go on hunger strike in the world. You see what I say? Because even King Emmanuel do what he's doing as a righteous man. And you have one who come and I try to show him, you know, another way. So what I learn, you know, you go individual want to get this from even a schoolroom basis, you know, what we got through, you know, right? You know, and this is a camp yard setting where individual prepare for the individual them that, you know, tried it, whether they got a broom or anything, him not coming forward to prepare his meal. Someone is there preparing that for him. You see what I say? So even the 22-hour fasting is not a road fasting. This is a camp yard thing. So even when like pre-sale now and make the cup a little chain away from the camp, we never say me leave camp. You understand? So to the father leave, I know, you know, I do this thing here. We'd have to do it now for all of these individuals that you're calling the priest pardon, the priest Christian. You understand? And all of these individuals who wasn't there in the morning. Because remember, I that are here are mostly a morning individual who did come in at the morning. So most of these individuals come in at the evening. I don't say them don't hold it strong right now, you know, because, you know, when you come on to this 22 hour now, when you come on to the priest Christian, the priest pardon, and you know what I mean, they try to hold that as a camp. So in other world now it kind of little different. You know what I mean? It's not, you know, that camp setting, we are going to convey what the camp setting was, you know, one perfect law.
Yeah, if you read Honorable to the Chair, if you read what's on the screen, it take you back to our center of our reasoning.
Time restricted feeding. This is the process of limiting calorie intake to a specific time frame that aligns with our Circadian rhythm. Circadian rhythm is often referred to as our body clock, the natural cycle that tells our bodies when to sleep, rise, eat, and more. Eating meals only during an 8 to 12-hour period each day, while fasting between 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., for instance, is an example of aligning with our Circadian rhythm.
Circadian rhythm. Yeah, circadian rhythm. So there is a process, you know. There's a science behind everything. As much as we kind of makeshift or we ad lib to things, or we might, just like how we have names and we tend to short the name and give nicknames and things like that. But there is a process and a scientific process that governs almost everything that has taught us, which is the purpose of a program like this, bringing that reality to us, to let us acknowledge that it is not based on a Judeo-Christian or a Eurocentric foundation that we seek or that our Father is coming from. If we research and track everything, all of the principles, facing the east, laying on your young, prostrating on your stomach, all of that, what he has taught us. The hours of prayer, all of our Eastern origin. No matter how you see other people, adopt it and use it in their way, which they have the right to do that. Everyone have the right to define them, liberty and themselves. That is governed under the Human Rights Charter as well. So they have a right to do that. Just like Garvey said, if the white man wishes to worship a white God, let him have that right. But I and I will do what I and I need to do, which is to acknowledge the origins of our practices. And that is what validates our liberty and validates our Father's teaching. So these programs are to amplify the greatness of our Father by shining the light. One see the glory of him who seated in Zion, which is what our culture teaches us and is what we are abiding by, because these truths are undeniable. When we look at the facts that are brought here, they're indisputable. It shows you that Egypt practiced fasting along the same methodology long before there was a European version called Lent or whatever version that came after. So our ancestors understood the power of fasting and prayer. Not just fasting, because fasting by itself is you just don't eat or you're not in the position to eat. But when you're on the order of fasting and praying, it's an order. And our ancestors understood the power of that order. And that is what we are doing here in this 21st century. We are the Priest Heinz's favorite saying, one of his favorite saying, cultural continuity. That is what we are performing here by continuing on the discipline of fasting. See, we are continuing that ancient culture of our ancestors, not of anybody else's ancestors, of I and I ancestors, because they are who taught the power of it to the rest of the world. Majesty.
Through the chair.
Yes, Honorable Priest.
Also, just wanted to say something. Honorable Priest of the Ghana Six just mentioned that once in Ethiopia, the diet where I have, a little bit where I have, the ital living, them says fasting food, It's just to make I know within myself, that's to say I and I Rastafari culture. To me, are the greatest culture in the earth. Yes, sir. And the greatest culture in our earth, my lord. Because when me look and go amongst all other culture, I go African them way there. And then, especially the meat eating and the eating order, where we have. Me I tell you, my lord, me I deal with, put you on one another level. Me don't want to put yourself away like I am. But when it comes to all the matter, the virgin, the eating out of we like have, it put we on a certain level where we not think so the other one then go on when they are abstain from them kind of. That's the kind of food where you put in your structure, the third, in your thoughts also, So I you see here all the while when you read it like you read and hear why man at the back of the days was more righteous and the man with more this and I said to how I evolve as a culture. If you see so the culture evolved to the highest right now in a Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Just that, my lord. That's my observation. My lord.
Blessed love to the chair, priest. Blessed love, priest Aimsley.
Blessed love.
What priest Jermaine said about the holy days is very important if we observe those days. Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays is more spiritual days. And Sabbath, we know, is a Saturday that we get all the spiritual blessings, from the Most High. So that's, yeah.
Rastafari.
It's also a good practice, too, that when you rise up in the morning, if we could get a glass of warm water as we rise up to flush out all the toxins that we didn't urinate through the night. It's a very good practice. Blessed love. Give thanks.
Majesty, bless and praise. Give thanks. Floor is open.
Show the chair.
Yes, Majesty.
Blessed love. Holy Emmanuel, I.
My Lord.
King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, honorable family, great to be here. Just been, listening and observing and, making a lot of notes still. Give thanks to the Royal House of Priests and the honorable families near and far, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
Me hear a lot of talk about fasting from food, which is good still. It build I and I temple. But do I and I fast from other type of things, like herb, for instance? We smoke herb a lot. Who smoke herb? During the fasting, do we abstain from smoking herb during that period? That's a question I'm asking.
When I was there,
and
when I was there, we stopped smoke at 10 o'clock in the night. And we don't smoke until we break the fast. So
right.
When I was there, fast come down at 6 o'clock. Jamaica, we give it 4 hours where we can burn herb. And then 10 o'clock, herb lock off. And then next light, 12 o'clock, when we break the fast, then we can burn the herb again.
Same, that's natural, my lord. So to answer the bridging, sorry to interject, is that we do. Wherever you do, the herb also is involved in other fasting period at that time, to my lord. No herb, no, during fasting period. When you break the fast, then you can't eat and burn herb. But once fast start again, that is how I know it. And that is how I live it, my lord.
Majesty.
Sure.
All right. I know say most of the fasting, Zane, is a order, but it also a personal thing, Zane, where ones can abstain from, whatever they choose to fast on, right? I heard the Honorable Priest 7 presentation earlier. Beautiful. This is my question though. Are we now correcting ourselves of what I and I was accustomed to? Because I know that knowledge increasing and a lot of what I'm hearing is increase knowledge over the passage of time, because these things, what is being said now is not what was being done in the past. So are we now correcting ourselves, my Lord and Empress? Blessed
The
love.
floor is open. What I will use is refining, but the floor is open. My Lord, precept. I wanted to say something.
Yeah,
You can
I was,
answer that.
I was going to ask if it's the cup first, yeah, talk about when you mentioned that smoke. The cup first. You break your fast on the tabernacle and all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a cup.
Yeah.
Cup.
And you see correction, Honorable? Yeah, I just want to say quickly, correction is for individual to take. This information what we're disseminating right now is up to I and I to take it as correction and apply it to our lives. It's how we take it. If we want to take it or don't take it, it's all up to us, my Lord.
That's why I may use the word refining.
Yes.
Yes, we're refining, but if you want to look at it that we are correcting, isn't that the duty of the priest? Isn't that the duty of mankind in pursuit of knowledge to continuously uncover knowledge, and as knowledge leads you in a certain direction to follow it? Because if that is not, then I am confused. Why do we seek knowledge? Why did Solomon pursue knowledge? It is to be able to correct the mistakes of the past. It is to guide you into the future in a better way. So it is all of that. That I don't see why we should run from embracing that. It is about correcting. Why? What are we saying? This is one of the things that we have to face. We have to face that life as humans is not perfect. We have achieved great achievements from great discipline within our order, our liberty as humans and as Bobo. But there is a constant evolution, a constant growth, a constant unfolding of knowledge. Science that was yesterday said positive, today is proving one way. One time the music said coconut oil no good. It give you too much cholesterol and things. Now science find that it does create cholesterol, but there are two cholesterol, good and bad cholesterol. Now they are saying coconut oil, not the process, but the cold press rich coconut oil is great for your health. So information unfold that change that concept. Are we gonna continue to not use it because we were told some time ago that it wasn't good? Now that information has unfolded that proves that it is not only good but great. So there we have to correct where we find that we are wrong or there were mistakes made or it just could have been done better. Rastafari.
Through the chair, Majesty,
my Lord,
Honorable. Yes, and I must commend Honorable Priest Sebat for the presentation, because very interesting. The Virgin touch on intelligence, and intelligence is not just what we are learning. I find that very interesting is how we conduct ourselves, right? Within the order of Bobo Shanti, what I've observed, since I've on this trad. Majesty, Honorable. Yes. The fasting and praying.
So if it did wrap that bed there. Look over this.
Mute your mic, Empress. One prophet.
Majesty, give thanks. Yes, I.
Mr. Do.
Amazing, always after that. Now you hear everything that going on after house.
Bless up, Mama. Honorable. Yes, Farai. So the fasting draw the whole strong, right? I think that have built I and I as a body, as a congress, when it come up to this Lent 40 days of fasting and praying, because when you look on other organization like Islam, for instance, Islam fasting, Ramadan, it doesn't last the duration as 40 days. It goes up to 29 days or 30 days. So when you look on I and I as Rastafari, as Bobo Shanti, I and I is holding a more strict and firmer order than any other organization out there. And I must commend ourselves, because when I come up against Muslim brethren and sisters, or even any other different organization, Zane, and I mention I'm fasting, what you're fasting for? You know, and I might go into the details and let them know that it's Lent and it's a 40 days fasting and praying. And ones are surprised to know that they don't fast that duration of time. And I as Bobo Shanti, we are fasting 40 days and 40 nights. It's a big difference, and I we should commend ourselves for the order that Prince Emmanuel has set, and I are perpetuated from then up until today. My Lord and Empress.
Majesty bless, Honorable Prophet, my Lord.
Blessed love to the chair.
Blessed love.
In Ethiopia, the Orthodox Church, they fast for two months. They start their fasting. My helper said, I'm like, a week ago, nearly 2 weeks ago. And when we finish our fasting, Priest Paul usually observes the Orthodox fasting. Still is be fasting like nearly 2 weeks after have our Good Friday. But it's not a competition thing, It's just that they're from the ancient of days, and it's a beauty to hear them in the morning. Every morning you can hear them on their a microphone, and say it's something special. Although they say it in Geese, because I asked my sister what they saying. So they do. She said, I don't understand it. That's ancient language. But we give thanks.
Like
Manuel
geese.
come. Pardon me?
That's geese.
Yes. And she has the Ethiopian, the ancient language. She didn't even understand it, but she could recite it. But she don't, understand. Because I question them. I question, because she's Orthodox. I question everything. And even the Muslims, them, and their Ramadan, the woman, them don't fast during certain time. But she told me in the Orthodox, now they can fast anytime. But when their time, at that time of the month, they don't go to church, or if they go to church, there's a building that they stay a distance, But we give thanks and glorify Emmanuel Charles to come with the purification principle. Don't care how much days you want to keep over 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 17, 21. From your observe, we give thanks and glorify the Queen Omega, the moon, the stars, and the cherubims and the seraphims, and let's give thanks for this wonderful order, And I respect the Ramadan. I respect the E.A.B.I.C, which is the Ethiopian Orthodox, and I give thanks and glorify for the Shanti order of that time to this time. Who could do whatever they could do is precious and just. Blessed love.
Majesty bless.
Through the chair. Yeah, just to continue on in that reasoning as Mama Lily was establishing an answer to Brother Jeff's statement. Now, yeah, the Orthodox, according to their liturgy, they fast for 55 days. So they are 15 days, just as Mama just said it. 2 weeks extended beyond us in their fast. Now, I fasting back in the day never always just end on a 40 day. Now. Sometimes it extends to 44 days according to how the month roll or however it Ash Wednesday started. So it is between 40 days and 42, 44 days, you know. 45 days. And as well, our father don't always start to eat back certain things on Good Friday. Sometimes it's all a week, 2 weeks after Good Friday before him start to eat forward certain things.
Even 6
See?
months.
So
6 months for fish.
that's you understand. So those are the realities that we have to look at. And you go by what your temple can deal with. You go by your circumstance and your reasons for doing it. You might have a different reason for having an extended fast, extended detox. So I agree in some sense with what you said, Brother Jeff. In certain aspect, fasting is personal. You can choose to fast when you choose. But within the monastery now, it is a set order of different fasting principles. The weekly fasting to go with the devotion. Then you have the sabbatical fasting. In my time as Empress, they say when I just go camp, Sabbath fasting was mainly on the first Sabbath of the month. We never used to fast every Sabbath at that time. Like I said, there's many evolutions that have taken place over time. But back then, fasting, the Sabbath fasting, we used to fast every first Sabbath. So it made first Sabbath like a special Sabbath them days. Then. First Sabbath had its own energy. See? So we are seeing different evolutions, and we are just in that process right now, looking at how we can best preserve our fasting order in a practical way in which it can serve us, just like how we are looking at how we can best preserve our purification principles in a positive way that it serves us, and that nothing we are doing it too extreme that is causing a backlash on our preservation or our longevity. Blessed.
My lord, and we'd like to give thanks and welcome Honorable Priest Rickman, was he is on. After the Empress reason, Priest Rickman, you could have unmute the mic and give you clearance as to your whole mission that you went on and the, what came out of the whole thing. Honorable Empress Maisie, you was going to say something? No, Empress was getting ready to say something. All right. Priest Rickman, you could unmute your mic, my lad. Priest Rickman, my lad, you can unmute your mic.
Bless the love, royal family.
My lord.
Give thanks for health and strength. Give thanks for the giving of things. Holy Emmanuel I last year, Rastafari. Bless the love, council of elders. Give thanks for this day of recently. Well, I see the topic was concerning fasting, and I also see where priest Radcliffe's supposed to give the clearance on what take place up in Ethiopia on the missions.
Came on, that's but he had internet problem, so he never get to say something.
Well, I just touched down. I'm back in the Bahamas now. I just reached about an hour and a half ago. I just reached home. Give thanks for the skillful guidance, going and coming.
So, well, I wasn't prepared for that this evening, but that's that since I see the meeting again, I said let me just tune in and maybe learn more about all the different set of fasting. That's some good ideas. But my time on the foundation, pardon me?
Go ahead, my lord. Yeah, we're not putting you on the spot. If you're not ready to give a report, then just contribute to the reasoning as you see fit.
Well, of course, I know I have a lot to say when it comes to reports. A lot of things take place with me. I don't know what take place or all would take place with Honorable Priest Radcliffe. But I don't know if he's still coming on. But I said I don't want me and his report clash with one another. I don't know. But since he was the person to give the report on the mission, would he know all this? That's all I want to. But my time on the foundation, right, and like enough guys much elder than me, who been there before me, and I think I'd been in the time when before the first Africa mission, so the majority of the elders was on the hill during that time when I first started going to the hill. But I never spent no long period of time like a year or 6 months straight. I just go in sequence and keep on moving. And at the same time, I was always around, preach them, even when I'm in the Bahamas. Man, who been there before me, and always interacting with ones and ones also. Well, when at one point I know about the fasting, and it wasn't mandatory. It was for those who want to go through with it with Jah. They start the fast. I think you only break the fast 2 hours within the day between 12 and 2. Then after 2, you start the fast again, and you don't eat until 12 o'clock the next day. But that's the most extremist fast I tried at that time, but I never put it. But it wasn't something of force. But I know every Sabbath, everyone fasts from 10 until 12 the next day, and then some brethren go the whole day without eating. But that was their own freedom. But the military, I would say military fast, the order fast was eating that 2 hours period. So that was the fast I know about what just seal up as symbol, the fast on order. Now during Lent, every day in the Bahamas, we try fast from that night until 12 before we break our fast after 12. And those who will go all day, some man go all day, but it wasn't nothing was mandatory, what you had to do. So and fasting all depends on how a person feels in their body. Now as we learn more about fasting do help heal the body and take away enough toxins. Because you could heal if you could fast for 3 days, because every month now I try fast 3 days or every month. That's what we nothing, just drink coconut water. Sometimes I try to go like 2 days without even drinking water. But every month I try fast every 3 days or every month. That's the detox my body and help build my stem cells back, because that's what fasting does also. So the 3 days fasting is the extreme fasting for healing. And when you fast for 3 days, you really help build back the body. But you can't do it too much times, but at least once a month, you can do the 3 days fasting. So that's what I try to do. When I do the 3 days fasting, I do feel much better, feel much stronger, breathe much better, and sometimes I even walk better. So I see that the fasting is very, very important. On how you fast all depends on your health. But fasting is good for health. But after you don't break your fast, you can't go to be eating cornmeal with a bunch of wet sugar. That even don't help the body. That was nothing was doing. We fast after fast, we eat a lot of cornmeal porridge with wet sugar, and that's the really save the purpose. So I give thanks for this reason, so we could all we could learn more and how to fast and the benefits of fasting, whether for a health reason or for a spiritual order. But Jah shows the spiritual order, and Jah shows for the health reason also, because when you fast, you don't give the body time to detox itself and also develop the stem cells. So I promote fasting a lot. Sometimes I ain't going 7 days yet, but that's what I really try to do. See if I can go to 7 days fast to really detox my body, because I have a physical condition myself, and pardon me. I see a lot of ones in the Bahamas, a lot of elders drop out, even they reach 70, and they were doing a lot of fasting, even those on the hill too. So we have to be careful how we fast, and after we break our fast, what we put back in our body. If you fast and then you go back and eat something almost waste, like cornmeal, because corn ain't no good. And eat enough corn, turn cornmeal and cornmeal porridge and with a lot of sugar, and that makes it waste. After you fast, that's what we put in your body. So we have to know exactly what we put in our body after we fast, and that's very important going forward. So I give thanks for this reasoning. So you could teach ones how the fast is benefits of fasting, and also you could damage yourself after you fast. Also, you get person with gastritis and other health issues. You have to really know how to fast to help yourself, and after you fast, what to really eat. That's very important. After you fast, what to put back in the body, because you put the wrong thing back in the body, just breaking the body down, waste. And we see, I think that happened to a lot of elders, but was doing a lot of fasting, but at the same time, they didn't get better, and they end up transitioning very early. I know much people live to 75 or 80, and a lot of them man them to do a lot of fasting, but what we put back in our body, but it's full benefits for the body, nutriment, what could really enhance better health. So, I mean, right now, even the doctors right now, I see talking more about fasting and the benefit of fasting. One time I go to the doctor, never tell them about fasting. But you got a lot of doctors who go on YouTube, they tell you about the benefits of fasting and how to eat after you fast. So I glorify this reason in my Lord and members. At the same time, talking about talking about what happened in Ethiopia. It was a nice experience for myself. Honestly, it was a nice experience. I think I really need it personally. I give thanks that I got on that mission. And I think a lot come out of it. Concerning how we should go about dealing with things in Ethiopia as a Congress. I see Ethiopia really ready for us right now more than ever before. I see the young people gravitating more to His Majesty concepts and also loving the know that the time of His Majesty, they feel as though if the crown was still reigning, whether it was the children or somebody, the crown was still reigning, they feel as though the Ethiopia would be much better. And people, to what I receive, really love Rastafari more than when I was there a couple of years ago. So, what we can do going forward as a kingdom into Africa, how we can enter Africa, how we can enter civil society, how we can move, because we see what happened in Ghana. We have nothing happening in Ghana right now concerning what we try to put together. I be in Sashamani. I wasn't impressed at all, because I was seeing that happening in Sashamani for Bobo. I ain't here to talk about no one, but I ain't seen that happening now in Sashamani when it comes to what belongs to Bobo Shanti. So we need to really do something in Ethiopia. And I heard the man from the online committee or online parliament have some land where they're dealing with. I don't know if that's Congress now, that's a few produce together, put some money together and buy some land. You don't really know, because I mean, I don't know all know, but it's imperative for us to really see where we is as a Congress moving forward. And I think from my response from the Ethiopian officials, that they ready to welcome us. We could know how to go but get a land, and it's a criteria how to get land. We could lease land in Addis Ababa for about 99 years, and it's much better under organization. Regardless what organization wants it licensed, register properly from in Jamaica. So we can open a embassy in Addis Ababa. It needs to be registered from the church where we coming from or the organization where we coming from. Can be registered in the country where we coming from. So the E.A.B.I.C needs to be registered in Jamaica. But by bringing it from Bahamas, it needs to be registered in the Bahamas or Trinidad, wherever. It need to be properly registered. And then you can need a proper letter from the place you reside, partner, like a government, a letter from the foreign minister to the acknowledge and know of this organization in their country for the last 10 years or 40 years or 20 years or 10 years or whatever. So those areas we have to tackle how best we can deal with it, because right now we don't have nothing going on in Sashamani saying registered by the organization. Nothing in Sashamani, nothing in Ethiopia. But I would say, past like I say, nothing in Africa completely, nowhere. So we have to really hopefully this year we can do better in our unification and how best we go with it. Now I was saying concerning the elder council with the letterhead we have there. To me, that I don't want to say it, but I come like a whole different organization from E.A.B.I.C. That's a whole different heading. So really, I think we need to change that back to the original. So when we start sending letters them out and sending information out, it go from the way Jah said it. I think that's on I stand to be directed, but that's what I see. That needs to be changed forward. I don't know. I know it was a conflict concerning selection properly and justice and CC and all that, but them two don't run the government, so they shouldn't make a switch. So what we have as a letterhead now, I personally think we need to go back as elders or council of elders, back to the original letterhead, because that's what I wouldn't be pushing like I'm pushed in for the organization. That's what I can push. I ain't go with the letterhead, but you all have. I can say that straight up. So I personally don't see the reason why it was changed. And I think I speak on that before. I speak on that the other day when I talked to you all the other day. So I think we need to come together and change that. But if not, that's what the majority will go with. Well, that's what the majority go with. But I don't see why we need to do that. It's making us look like we're a different organization. So we're still accounting for the E.A.B.I.C. That's the letterhead. Because the organization shouldn't have a letterhead and the elder council of elders have a different letterhead. That shouldn't be if they are not one organization or one kingdom. That shouldn't be. So the executive team need to reach that out and deal with that and just get that back to where it need to be, because justice and CC can't intimidate us and make us do that. I think that's where I come from, because they start talking about selection property and all that. And even the online parliament, they still using the letterhead with Jah said. Enough man, this don't even part of the online parliament. So this year we need to come together the best that we could, and they take maturity and officers elders. So we have to find ways and means to agree to disagree and go forward. Concerning the AU, I say again, I think they welcome us and they want to see us do more. And a lot of people I meet personally, I don't know all about, because Priest Radcliffe's been there for years. But since I've been there for that, I'll say almost a month. I just came on, the 9th, last month. I came the 9th of this month, so I basically spent a month. That time I was well received, well welcomed. I had 4 interview with reporters and journalists. I think they had 2 on this station in Ethiopia, and right now they're doing a documentary with all my activities, all my movements within the time I was there, so I could really have something to really show. But different from that is how we want to come together and open an embassy up there in Addis Ababa, or we want to still go deal with Sassamani. That's the majority. But me personally, I have nothing to do with Sassamani, because when I go on in 92, John never sent us to Sassamani. That's true situation in Mana Mash, the program Mana and Sassamani. It will take place from Sassamani to now. From here from once and once. Ain't nothing really going too way in Sassamani with whoever was dealing with the leadership down in Sassamani. And right now I see nothing there. what belongs to Bobo to say with this a collective program. Nothing there at all. So we need to make a move in Addis Ababa, and I think from my standpoint, it's to open an embassy, get bigger lease land in Addis by properly getting the paper straight from in Jamaica or Bahamas. I know for me it's much easier to get it done in the Bahamas because we basically registered in the Bahamas already, and I have strong not connection, but with the government, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I could get a letter from them to say they know of the E.A.B.I.C in the Bahamas for the last 10 years, and they know of me as ambassador for such organization for the last 10 years. The government them know that FNM unpaid opposition and the administration going on now. So I can get those letters from the government in the Bahamas, and that's what will make it easier for us to be able to register the church inside Addis Ababa and be able to lease land, at least for 100 years. I spoke to lawyers who really do assist and help us. And that's where it is right now. I meet a lot of people from the social media and civil society and people like who I feel this could really help. They know Rasta and Basi, but they even see the development of Rastafari also. And I meet a lot of different ambassadors from different part of the region to win all those different conferences. So I get a lot of connection. And my whole aim is to let them know that reparation, not only reparation, repatriation also. And we was, how Ijahstars showed us, he was illegally moved from here. So you all can definitely make it much better for us. But when we come home, so they all of them agree, but that's not how we go with it. So if you could have a delegation reach Ethiopia before this year, that'd be very good. They just told us that I was told that even they'll give us a spot in AU to keep any function as we once we come forward as a delegation. So we want to say November 2nd or the Black White celebration, any celebration or anything we want to do, they'll give us the hall free within the AU. Not the right in the headquarters, but different sections of the headquarters where we can perform any celebration, and we can invite people in. So I think we have a good chance now to make some things happen. And so I give thanks to I was there at the time I gone, and it wasn't no, like I say, it wasn't no competition or wasn't nothing to try one, had no one. But I just feel that's my time to move, and that's the spirit and the Father telling me to move. So I supposed to be moving for a very long time as ambassador, but I give thanks that I make that move, and I hope that I continue and have built it, and see how best I could help set up the embassy, a proper embassy in Addis Ababa, by the help of each and every one, as the office could be for all of us, and at the same time we could set up schools. We get a chance to set up a school, living quarters. Even business that go through between back to the west or between Kenya and Somalia and Uganda, you could do trading within the continent. And it's a lot of things we can do. So those are things I was trying to do, find out how best we could do trading, but we could move from this state to the next state, or what we could move from the west to the east, and what we could bring from the east to the west. There's some things they tell me what definitely if I bring in what could make money. I meet the honorable priest, prophet, who's from the Bahamas. I can't remember his name. He's been on there. So Lily, I meet him when I go on here, Sister Lily. He's from the Bahamas, but I never know him. He say he know me from the Bahamas, but he live and gone Sasamani and from America. So I don't really glad to meet him. He doing some black seed oil. And I see the big profit in that also. But if you get have an export to the Bahamas or any part you could sell black seed, because the black seed, the body sell to me for $200. Not 300 brok. That's about, I don't know, but $5. But that same amount is selling the Bahamas for about $35. So it's how we could sell, how we could start doing trade, how we could export stuff back, whether privately or collectively. But to me, Ethiopia great right now for Rastafari, and the people glorify. They see us mentioning the king. The first time that the palace was open, Jubilee Palace, I've been in Jubilee Palace but 3 days ago. They just opened it as a tourist product. The people as a museum, people go through and look, and I take a lot of pictures. I can be able to share them hopefully in the next couple of days. So that the place opened up for Rastafari to really make a positive move. And we have to deal with the AU and persons within the AU, with as commissioners and high officials in the AU, not the direct chairman. So I was hoping to meet the chairman, but I didn't get a chance to meet him. But I didn't have no more time to stay, so I didn't want to overstay my time and get that situation. But I told him that if you come to Africa and we want to spend 6 months or 8 months, that shouldn't be a problem. Because person who overstay, they take their passport, they can't move, and all them things we discussed. So they say they're looking at that come as oppression does, because we were taken away legally against our will. So it'd be good we get a delegation or a 7 or 13 months. Right now, since I've been in Ethiopia, over 10 person we should talk to me and reach out to me and say, please, we should put a delegation together. They reach back up there. And they're having a big program on November. The 1st of November, we could run for a week. So we could, and that's the same time they tell me that we could also be a part of that, and they could grant us a space in one of the halls that they keep any activities we want to keep during that time still. So I was hoping that, not only hoping, I was making the was really November 2nd to reach back up there, even if I hope I could reach before. And also they having all the heads of government from through CARICOM going to be heading back, going to be heading up there, not back there. I think the lady from the Prime Minister from Barbados, she was there. She spoke very highly. But now they get it set for all the leaders in CARICOM to be there for September 7th. And they're talking about reparation and all that too. But when I was there, I also represent the Bahamas Recuperation Committee, because I'm on the Bahamas Recuperation Committee also. So I hoping that maybe I can to make a move. Even if the government sponsors me, I'll let them to go be there for September 7th. If not, then we hoping to put ourselves together amongst us in the Bahamas and a few of us from Jamaica or other parts of the Caribbean, even from the other council, where they can put a good 18-man delegation and go up there and properly agitate and perform and really get some things solid for us to open a proper embassy in Addis, because Addis, there's a time now for us to do it now, more than ever before. I just really need an embassy from the Rastafari house. I spoke to the Federation. I spoke to the man from the 12th tribe. I never. I went also the foundation they have that they call pardon me, try to talk there too fast. Maybe get a little excited. From they call it Rastafari Family Center. That's with the 12 tribe in the Bingham. They're trying to put together, they call it all mansion, where they come together and speak with one voice. So they welcome me amongst them. They hope that I can work with them, and they hope I work with them. But I show them that I'm on a mission to really, on a pathfinder mission to see where we are as a Bobo. So I can't really make a decision as yet. But my main aim is to try and establish an embassy for our foundation within Addis Ababa. So they're looking for unification amongst us as Rastafarian in general, because they say the government say they don't want the Bobo be coming to them, the 12th tribe come to them, the Nayabingi come to them, the Federation come. They want us at least have some kind of oneness amongst ourselves, so we speak for all. But I see they recognize the Bobo as the priest. So it's just first, but we need something officially inside Ethiopia, because right now we have just individuals doing their own thing. I can't say what I had a good conversation with Priest Paul, but honestly I was impressed with what I hear and what's going on. Still, I asked us even see with the very Honorable Priest Kenny. I wasn't allowing him to see with a very Priest Kenny. I was very stable with that, because I was at least be able to read his to the spot and be able to take a picture to bring back to his family or something like that. And I wasn't allowed a privilege from Chris Paul, so I didn't feel good with that at all. If they had a brother that happened years ago, why I can't see where they bury him? So a lot of things happening and a lot of things ain't happening. And it's a lot of that's individualist program going on right now, but we need a collective effort for Ethiopia. Because what we hearing is a difference when you go and see for yourself. And I've been and see for myself. So that's my observation on that. Like I say, a lot of other things I'd like to share, but as I go on, I'll be able to share them. But the main thing for us is how best we could get a delegation together and speak with one voice and go in unity. Not that I try to do this myself and then Chris Radcliffe try to do something. This one try to do something because the first thing Chris Radcliffe tell me is he ain't want no what do you call it? Power struggle. I didn't go in there for no power struggle with no one. So that's the first day I reached there, and we supposed to meet to the airport, and we didn't meet because I tell them I was coming in. I have my ride to go straight to the center with the first symposium. But when I come on the airport, I didn't see him. So I had my ride. They picked me up. They picked me up, and they take me to the place. I told them he's coming there too. We get started. He stayed at the airport all day. You know me. I don't understand. Why go stay at the airport all day? You know what time the flight's supposed to come in. If you see the flight coming, I ain't there. I mean, go on your journey where you're supposed to go. So he tell me, say, but like they can feel bad and this and that, and he ain't no power struggle. So when I hear that part, I say, well, this is the same old story from '92. And I've been in Africa before Peace Paul on the Emmanuel mission. So I know what mission, no disrespect to Radcliffe, but I know what mission he on. And I know if he go on the mission for organization, but I know each person's teach to be ambassador also. And also you go reach Africa. But I ain't going to be a part of the power struggle, trying to shine no one or nothing like that. So when he mentioned that power struggle to me, that already disturbed me. Although we come together and we similar, try to show all that kind of runners, I ain't no power struggle with no one. So I just try to do my best. I know I ain't perfect, a lot to learn and a lot to do. And long overdue now, we've been on Ethiopia for a very long time. So when I see the time passing, I say, wow, that's a lot of time passed. Wow, how come we allow this? Even myself, I build my own depression and struggles also, but I still give thanks to the Jah, still allow me even go back and be able to speak in his name as his ambassador saving. Well, that's a Rastafari defending reparation, repatriation for the host of Israel, black people in general. So it's how now we put some plans together to deal with Ethiopia. It's how we gonna put some plans together to deal with the situation in Ghana, because the priest who there by himself, him on the ground himself. I talked to a couple of men in Ghana while I was there. They say the priest who control the land and now I try to remember the priest. What do you mean? Priest Bar there by himself, everything else scattered. So or be allowed priest Bar to take over the whole thing. What he puts with his money at all. So we have to know where we going, where we at. We just can't just talk. And we just put a religious settlement in it and spiritual where we see the truth and face the truth of what it is and the way towards it. So we got a lot of work to do towards Africa and us being unified. That's the online parliament getting on the agenda. Look like the other council getting on the agenda. Look like Ijahstars and CC they get the agenda. The Hill getting on the agenda. Look like Chris Rickman getting on the agenda. So what are we doing? How we can deal with this? So this is where we need to really deal with the elephant in the room. Talking about fasting is very good because that's the health, that's the individual program. But at the same time, it's all that was said by our father. But it's bigger than that. This whole world being for justice, and we're a part of the world too, especially the black world. So we as priests, we might teach us, we have to show the world because the world hungry for it too. The world, I see the world respect Rastafari and respect the technical part of it firmly. But all they saying was sister, Junior Reid, the Kipling as Bobo singing positive songs, still different from the 12 tribe and the Nyabingi. But they hasn't properly seen the priesthood in Africa to this level. The word's supposed to be to really bring Rasta that spiritual consciousness and bring people that spiritual consciousness when it comes to Rastafari. They see the priest works as yet. And right now the priests are very, very confused on how we go about things, because we very divided, very much so. And I hope to try my best to do better, and I hope all of us do better, because when you do it not, it's only everyone get them. That's about the time to be here. You know, when you're forever. So let's come together the best we can to make it better for the future and for our children, so they can say, well, these push them, they did do some things to make it better for the host of Israel, or for the Ethiopians, or for the Africans, or black people in general, or humanity in the whole. But it's us now to see where we are, and I hope to be a part of what's happening. But I say I ain't come to deal with no power struggle with no one, but I want to be a part of how best we can deal with this Africa mission. Seeing that I did it now, I don't want to drop back off it. I want to continue, because when I see what can happen, I see that I can assess properly and send up an embassy in Ethiopia. That's my mission, and that's our mission. So I don't know how other ones feel about it, but I think we need to join hands in hand and build an embassy in Addis Ababa, which is very important, because that's the place where majority of Rastaman would like to make a move. To have a Muslim go to Mecca, I think every Rastaman want to go Ethiopia for only one time in his life. So we need to have an embassy there to help and secure people, who help strengthen people when they get there. They know that the Rasta embassy, and that's why I speak about a lot, concerning my development, why I was there on my pathfinder mission to see how best to go for the embassy. So, and I showed them at my office as a royal ambassador. So if I have an office, it must be embassy, and embassy with church and all the facilities to go with it. So that's my few words until I give a proper report. My Lord and Empress, bless it.
Blessed love to the royal chair. Blessed love.
Yes, Empress, go ahead. Bless.
Blessed love and I'll appreciate, man.
Blessed Empress, glorified.
Give thanks for your safe return to the Bahamas.
Blessed love, Empress. Give thanks again. Give thanks to be able to come to and see you. Yes, it's a joy too.
Yes. And how I see Shashamani, I see Shashamani as a refuge, ground for people coming from the West who can't afford to establish themselves in Addis Ababa. So give thanks, King Emmanuel, as did say that, everything supposed to be done in Addis Ababa. So all strength, I'm looking forward to seeing the item September or November. To your mighty power. Most high, last year. Yeah.
Sure. That's
Blessed love.
Blessed love. Yes, Empress, you will see us. You will see us for sure, through the powers.
True, my Lord. Give thanks, praying, fasting and praying for that, because we can fast and pray for individual things, And
of
when
course.
we fast and pray too, we can also try individual things too that, like giving us a struggle, we want to conquer. We could just drop them, and when Lent finish, don't just pick them up, again.
True.
Because this is each one of us is growing, and each one of us individually have things that we have to deal with. Only Christ is perfect, So we give thanks and glory for fasting and praying, my God, and all strength.
Yes, I. God,
blessed love.
Majesty bless. Well, your neighbor, please give us a full understanding, and anyone have any reasoning?
Right here.
My Lord.
Yeah, the one they ask the priest how we come about by the elder council have a document where no match up to the foundation. How we come about that, right? And if we put away this document, could it bring a unity, or was the document caused the disunity amongst the brethren, or the disunity was before the elder council formed? That's a question actually.
You talking to me, priest?
Yes.
Well, like to my understanding, I see the reason why it was done through the conflict was going on with justice and CC them and all talking about sexual property, they put people in court and all kind of different some. But that never scared me. Well, I never was able me to say, well, we need to change it. But those who feel as though they need to change it, but that's what happened. But I feel as though some things we do, if we see it ain't feasible, then we go back to the original. And we don't have to stay. If you make a mistake and it's a mistake and you say it's a mistake, that means you can continue in the mistake. To me, I think that's a mistake. That's how I feel. And if me, because if I'm a part of the elder council, and as ambassador of like care letters and representing the elder council, representing the foundation, and as representing the elder council, I represent the foundation. And if we have a two letter with two different heads, one coming from one comes from the headquarters. Or one come from let's say or the President Hussein is online in Parliament, but I need to get fixed serious. And we have two letterhead coming from the same one. It looks like it's a conflict right here. People who can accept those two letters can see these people in a conflict. That's automatically they can see that. We can tell them that they can see we're in a conflict. We ain't unified. So that then self-proving it. So that need to change. I need to go back to the original. So if I carry a letter or a document concerning from the elder council, the hand to the Bahamas or any other leader in Africa, it must have the proper original letterhead. It can't be something else and then somebody then we have original letterhead coming from headquarters or coming from someplace or coming from my office. Because me, if I read a letter, I ain't push the letterhead, but I see now. I can push what the Emmanuel said. So I feel as though strongly that need to be changed. Now, if you don't change it, well, that's what it is. But I give Joe my honest opinion on it. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. I think that was a mistake. My Lord, bless the Lord.
Thanks for your honest opinion, Honorable.
To the chair.
Go ahead, please.
No, sorry. Yes, concerning the letterhead, what we was trying to do, we was trying to create a letterhead for certain circumstances, right? We wasn't putting away the original letterhead, right? We said that
that's how look. That's how look. That's how look. I mean, you say what it shows.
I'll explain why it looks somewhere, right? So the original Congress letterhead, we say that we will use that for Congress affairs when we are approaching whatever officials concerning the Congress.
Listen, right? Everything we do is a
priest. Let me explain.
Allow the brethren to speak.
Yeah, that kind of throwing my thoughts off. And so, as I was saying, my Lord, right? We did say that we will use the Congress letterhead when we are dealing with Congress affairs, right? But when we came up with this letterhead that we are seeing here, that was to do other things, right?
Other things like what?
I'm going to say right now, my Lord, such as business affairs, right? We have other things we are focusing on. We have wellness programs and certain things, certain people we want to reach out to. You know, and when we reach out to these people, we are not reaching out to them on behalf of the Congress. We are reaching out to them on behalf of the Council of Elders, because we don't want to
the Council of Elders, the Council of Elders is the main part of the Congress.
No, the Council of Elders is a department of the Congress. We are not the head of the Congress or the main part. We are a department.
The elders play a very important role. The elder council is the Congress. There are no other entity. That's Congress. So everything's supposed to come under Congress. So they tell me that I buy that with no disrespect. I tell you straight up. I ain't see the sense in it. So whatever you're telling me, to me it ain't making no sense.
You never let me talk, so how you can say it don't make sense?
I just said it's great. It don't make no sense.
We understand your perspective, my lad. Give you a chance to describe and express yourself. Let the rest of us talk now so that
Listen,
you can
family, listen.
our point of view. God. Go ahead, Precept.
I lost where I was at. Yes, my lord. So, as
Yeah,
I was saying,
Precept,
my
just to
lord,
clarify. Go
my
ahead,
lord,
Precept. If you thought, if you catch
yes,
back your thought, go ahead. I just wanted to say that within this thing, you don't have to agree with what the statement is that the virgin is explaining, but he's just showing you where the intention comes from. You know, you don't have to agree with it, but he's just showing you that it wasn't to do what you may have thought it is. So go ahead, pre-sevens, and clarify.
I know, Honorable Priest, Rickman, I agree that it had certain times when we did make a mistake. We were supposed to use the Congress letterhead, right? It had a letter that went out concerning Justice and CC, which concerned the Congress, right? And we say we should have used the Congress letterhead for that one. But if we observe the letter, what went out to concerning Joe Biden pardon, right? That is coming strictly from the Council of Elders. So it is, I see it as more proper for us to use our letterhead for a circumstance like that, right? Because it is coming from the Council of Elders, and it come our way now for certain members of the Congress who don't really support the council, for us to speak on behalf of them. That I don't see that making much sense. They say when it's certain matters that is coming directly out from our cabinet, our department, we use our letterhead to make sure, and we should have a stamp for that too, just to make it a fact that this is coming from strictly the department, which is the Council of Elders, not the entire E.A.B.I.C. Because the truth of the matter, the entire E.A.B.I.C. did not come together to agree to that letter. That is the reality, and that is why we have a different letter. If that clears up anything. Let's see.
Any other priest want to give a clearance?
I just want to say, logo is logo, my lord. But you see, your intention and where you work on, that is really where the true meaning there, Majesty. Me, I would love to do everything under the Congress logo per se. But because of interference and all of that, and because it is the way it is right now, we can't say something on the whole behalf of the Congress because not everybody on the same page as us. So the brethren really trying to explain that when you see our logo, that is what we endorse. When you see the Congress logo, that is where it's coming from. It's sad that it is like that, but that's the reality of how it's set right now. Because not everything will come out on the Congress logo, I'm an endorse. But everything will come out on the Elder Council logo, I'm an endorse it. My Lord.
My Lord, give thanks, Honorable Priest Natty. Yes, Honorable Priest Rickman, it certainly is not a division per se. Our letterhead, the Elder Council, you see, we stress on certain points. I can't remember exactly. We have Elder Care Council. We have the same way how you see we highlighted the category that we come and stand for, as part of the Congress, but being the Elder Council, so it's not a difference, it's more embracing, because the same way with the whole Congress, we have a section which is the Elder Council. So they have a letterhead. So it's not really a division because it's not the letterhead brought the division. It's the very concept of the Elder Council is what brought the negativity about us. I will never look and see what the council is addressing or what they're agitating for. They just figure, well, that I never had a council of elders, so that in itself wrong. It's not supposed to have that. And we saw that as a growth because we see the parliament is not constitutionally formed. So until that could rectify, we will have to take a step forward. Because we see the Congress is in disarray right now. So I and I as the council elders now try to address issues and always have a stretched out arm, a platform, a reason where we can definitely state our points as we allow the eye to. And we show forward and we come to a commonality, you know. So that is where we are, my lad. Any other priest want to give a clearance? Peace knockers, my lad. Peace Rastavan.
To the chair.
Honorable Empress, bless.
On the letterhead for the Council of Elders, it states Ethical Oversight Committee, foster and promote unity, preservation of the moral and ethical standards of the Black Christ, the Elder Care and Wellness Program, the Research Action Committee, and the Black Truth Edutainment. My Lord.
Majesty bless. So you see, we directly expand. That means they say the Congress actually expanded or expanding with such a letterhead. Because when you look at the typical letterhead, it do not address these issues, but we come and stand for, which is issue that need to be addressed, and no one is not doing it. So we see a need to come together and do these things. And then we say, well, always call on the elders. It's an African concept. So this hence, that's why we say we will have a separate letterhead and highlight the categories where we intend to agitate about, you know? So it really is not a division. A like-minded person would I really see it as a growth. That's how I and I would have see it. My Lord.
Royal Chair.
Honorable priest.
Yes. The honorable priest did mention the different brethren that him visit. You see? Well, you have enough man on the foundation right now. You see it? So, all of these different mansions must come to the foundation. So even if it does go and visit these brethren, right? You know, you have brethren now, don't see it that way. So you see, some of the time you have to follow the saying of people, because you know what you're doing and it's a unity work you depend. So just that unity work come here enough for the brethren them speak. These young men with them elder like we, you know. Remember I and I teach them, you know. But through the in the authority right now, if we speak, we say them around this and around that. And when you hear them speak, right? Them lick down the elder council, right? They mix it up with the RMO, and because there's a letter that is going around, right? Where enough of these individuals, because you could lick down the elder council if you know, so these are the individuals that get the word from King Emmanuel. And, you know, when that elder were there, I was not there. And when I was there, he was not there, right? But I have that information together, you know, if I unite now as even the elder, you know the power that I have with the information that I have now from the Father, right? You know what I mean? So we could even step out more boldly with such moral authority. I never even did take up that to say we is the head of that, more than just trying to fix this and try to fix that. And no matter what I do, they still have individuals speak this and speak negative, because I don't know why I said so as a people. Because as I say, It's not I and I cause the problem amongst Bubble that this unity is not the Elder Council. I'm sure it was there before because enough of the brethren them that are here was even amongst the parliament. Why them leave away from the parliament? Something must be did wrong. Blessed my Lord.
My lord.
Through the chair.
Yeah, through the
Yes, honorable priest.
Go ahead, priest Knuckles.
Honor,
Go there. Priest, that. Oh, I'll just
Majesty.
start. All right, give me a minute. Yeah, give me a minute there outside. My lord, we are a government, and as a government, we do different functions. Now, again, it's because maybe I have not sat in on some of the discussion. That's why the man must come on the discussion, then make we edify one another and make we understand one another and understand the intention of one another. So there are no misunderstandings as we try to put this thing back together. Now, as a government and as a leader, all of us who are aspiring leaders are leaders in our own right, in our own region, should understand certain parliamentary and governmental procedures. You have a government have different departments. In the active world, those departments would have their own letterhead, different from the parent body. So these are just normal procedures. These are it's not a competition. It should never be seen as a competition. It's like it's exactly like what Priest Andrew said. It's an expansion because when we are to represent the Congress and the government level, when we are to send a letter to the AU or to the UN or to the ICU, the International Court of Justice, or whichever main body or institution on behalf of Rastafari and the Congress, we would naturally use the Congress letterhead that has the history of that kind of precedence behind it. See, but within the council work, we are doing let's call it a statical job. So what it is that it's just a statical letterhead, and it should never be seen. Why we always looking negative at each other and negative at everything that we that each other do? Why don't we try to ascertain the intent? And when, as a God man and a God woman, we identify the intent, I think that is where we should be able to judge from. What is the intent? Because the intent speaks to what the whole essence of it is. See? And it was not to replace the Congress letterhead. It was not to compete with the Congress letterhead. It was to add a department to the Congress in itself, which is the Council of Elders. Give thanks.
Floor is open, my lord and empress.
Through the chair.
Yes, my lord.
Majesty, my lord and empress. Honorable Marcus Garvey speak about intelligence will rule the world and ignorance will bear the burden. I think this is an example of what is happening, right? All right. English language is mixing us up, a lot of us here. We don't understand what a Congress is. And that is why, we're having issues. That is why from Prince Emmanuel make a trad, we can't move from that position there to the next position where to register the church in Ethiopia. What is a Congress, Zid? There are different departments within a Congress and different committees that handle specific areas of governance and legislative duties. These committees and subcommittees are organized to focus on particular topics such as finance, foreign affairs, defense, educations, and more. Standing committee, permanent bodies like the House Ways and Means Committee or the Senate Foreign Relation Committee, which focus on specific subject areas. Select committee, temporary committee, formed for a specific purpose, such as investigating an issue. Joint committee, committee which members from both the House of Representatives, which would be the whole Congress itself, focus on shared issues like taxation, that is just an example. Conference committee formed to resolve disagreement on particular bills between the two chambers. So each committee have its specific staff and members and dedicated to review legislation, holding hearing and overseeing governance function and related to the domain. My Lord and Empress, I hope that make a lot of sense to us, what a Congress is.
Can I say something, please?
Let me just finish, my lord. Zane. So there shouldn't be any issue if there is a council of elders within the Congress, because these council of elders are of the Congress itself, as the thing there was reiterating. You know, so you can have committees within the Congress, just like how we have the 13-man committee from them time till now. So how we not understand or overstand that we can have another committee like the Elders Council.
My Lord.
My Lord and Empress.
Bless the Lord. So can I say something to the chair, please? Just very short. Over 10 years ago, I was on the foundation. I showed up the Virgin Radio. I said we shall really form a council of elders for a long time, and I give thanks that it developed now. I guess I didn't force for it to push it, but that was something I mentioned over 10 years ago. Council of Elders or Elder Council. But I'm naive at all. When it comes to the letterhead, even if you say what it means, it still go under the conquering lion to break every chain and all the rest of the letterhead jargon that and whatever the Elder Council have to say. But the letterhead, I come underneath that. And then whatever program we dealing with, whatever promotion we dealing with, finish go down the line, wherever a letter going out to someone from the Elder Council, your state is coming from the Elder Council, but it still have the E.A.B.I.C, conquering lines to break every chain, all the rest which I have there supposed to be there. That shouldn't be without that. I don't care what you all say. That shouldn't be without that. But what you all have could connect with that, but to leave that out and let's put that there, no. I don't see it. I say I stand to be corrected, but I don't see it. And if you all remember, I mentioned that before, because I know this mostly come up through the situation with Justice and CC. This didn't come up from the collective to say, well, this is what we want. But see, the word Justice and CC, they say we have a different letter here because they're saying they threaten people to care people to court. Just the reason why this thing really come up. So let's be straight about it. Just the reason, then we shouldn't be threatened by them too, because we have to go to court with them, then we go to court with them. I will defend the case in court myself. So I don't see to what we say we are willing them, make us put this whole different letter here, because that's what I believe. And that's what I think I receive also, the reason why we come up with this letter here. So come up with all that different talk, that's what's the main thing. And I don't think we should be bullied by them, so we change the letter here. So so we need to really, I can finish right now, we need to add that into what we have already from Emmanuel, from under the Elder Council, and just let her come in from the Elder Council, but still have the full letter here on top of it, and what else could frame differently, but the same words what the Empress just read out a while ago could be underneath that, and then we could finish whatever letter going to, whoever going to, or who, whatever what promotion gain, whatever it is. But that can't be at the council and the words the wording with the Empress just read a while ago, which is positive because there's nothing wrong with that at all. But it still need to be under the original letterhead. That's what I'm saying. The original letterhead can't be missing. That's all I get to say. I finished that from the day. My Lord and Empress, bless the love.
You know, sometimes we allow the things, the simplest things
Chair,
to
my Lord and Empress.
Like 1 second, please. Sometimes we allow the simplest things to put us further apart, and we need to move away from, you know, those kind of things. There's no way that the foundation is going to allow the Council of Elders to put those subheadings under the Congress letterhead. 1. 2, not to change the subject, but is the foundation, is the headquarters office up and running? May I ask a question to anyone?
I don't think it's running the way it should, but it's running. But it's not running the full capacity that we know it's supposed to be running. All we know that. So to ask that question, you know what yourself. You can ask yourself. I will question to ask yourself.
The reason why I asked that question is because on January 20th, a letter was sent from the headquarters to the governor of the Virgin Islands without even notifying any of the senior or priests or the leading priests that this letter was coming. I'm not sure if that is protocol, yea or nay. But even in reading the letter, it seems like we are trying to convert the governor, one, before we even get to the point where that was they were trying to make. So imagine how that looks on those of I and I here in the Virgin Islands, knowing that the governor knows us, have grown up with a lot of us, how that may look when we come in contact with these officials here, how that would look on I and I, because the first thing they're gonna wonder, like, what is going on? Who is sending these type of letters? And it was signed by 3 priests. And why is it even in the tone that it is in, or as an official document? So I'm just saying that I personally, even though I'm just a junior member here, I personally feel that the senior members of this Congress need to take charge of a lot of what is going on. I've always said that. I've never hidden that there's a feedback. Let me have to mute a mic too. I've never hidden that fact, because the senior members are the ones who understand and knows the direction. There are at least 38 members on the WhatsApp platform. And when anything comes out, no one is reading it, no one is responding, no one is saying anything. I am sure that there is a priest platform also, that certain things can be discussed on that priest platform and then moved out to the executive and then to the wider body, or however the priests may see it fit to send out that information. You know, my last thought is, I hear a lot of ones saying, oh, we have to move, meet, let's just go to headquarters and let us meet at headquarters. But Priest Knuckles always says, poor planning, oh God, please I forget how it goes, but poor planning causes PT something, right? But if you don't properly plan something, how can it happen? I don't think that anyone can just pick up $700-800, fly to the foundation to meet face to face without proper planning. And it have to be planned. And a lot of ones are afraid to even pick up the telephone and have a conversation, go on WhatsApp and have a conversation, and or even come on a Zoom reasoning with, if it's just the priest outside of the entire family, and have a conversation. So it's like we're going wrong in circles. We're expecting to continue to do the same things and get different results. My love.
Honorable Priest Rastafari, you could hold the chair.
Rastafari.
You could hold the chair for a
Uh,
brief moment for me, Priest.
yes, my lord. Listen, listen. Yeah. I thought, who was next? Priest Jermaine. Who was it that wanted the floor
Oh,
before that?
that's pretty my Lord and Empress. Thanks.
Good.
I just want to be brief, because I was listening to our priest Rickman was saying, and I'm not in total disagreement with what he's saying, because in my mind, I think he have some valid points, in relation to the letterhead, and us as a Congress, and how we are viewed by the people around us and outside of our, our organization. In any organization, you always have to have a general consensus, like the UNIA, even though they had different, chapters, the Philadelphia or Detroit or whatever, I guess the mandate was the same. You understand? These different chapters, they didn't have different mandates. They all saw the same and was heading towards the same, goal, objective. And I think that we as an organization, namely the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, whether it be the parliament or elder council or whatever have you, I think we should, strive to maintain that supremacy of the E.A.B.I.C as the ultimate, and then we come under that. Yeah. In terms of addressing, like my Lord is saying, like addressing certain heads of state or even certain conferences that is being kept, it is good for us to project that oneness, that cohesiveness. You understand me? And within our explanation, even in a letter, you understand, that cohesiveness should be remain. It's not for us to air our dirty laundry or whatever we have amongst ourselves to the international community. Again, if we are, fighting for reparations and a committee is put in place under the E.A.B.I.C, you understand me? Full stop. I think that is what it should be. It shouldn't be any other faction or whatever. Even if another faction or whatever is controlling the
I know we
proceeding.
can't take this no more. Done.
Give thanks.
Go ahead, Priest Jermaine.
That was just a background verse. That wasn't
No,
coming
my
from
lord,
any.
I don't take them things so slightly, you know what I mean? I'm gonna be real honest and I'm gonna
Who is
be
that?
straight.
Who was that a while ago? Is somebody in
Time,
disagreement with the priest?
there's another time I want to mention because again, aggravating, I don't want to get aggravated. But there are times
Hold on, priest.
no, hold on, let me
Bottom
say
of this.
there are times that we have in reasonment or even on this council here, and certain ones may mess up and then they will say, it's time to move on. I remember I bring a reasonment one time, and then within the reasonment, the man then telling me it's time to move on. You know what I mean? When Priest Shimon had said whatever he said about the burials, that went on for days. You know what I mean? Man, when I saying, oh, let me move on, man saying, oh nah, it ain't time to move on yet. So them little outbursts, my lord, and them, nah, I ain't really feeling that. You check? Straight up. We should
Yeah, that is
respect
not
one
the.
another.
That's not how. Yeah, you have to respect the
You know
speaker
what I
when he's
mean?
speaking. Or
Straight
yes,
up.
my lord. That's what
Don't
I'm
do me
saying.
like
Let's get to
that.
the
I feel
bottom.
kind of way.
Yeah. Yes, my lord. I
I mean,
apologize to the
nothing else to
person
do
who
with
did
that.
that. I apologize to the person who did that, my lord. That was disrespectful. I don't want. That is not accepted here among us. You know, that is what we are striving to get away from, family. Those are the kind of attitudes that is out there that is causing the problem that we are trying to get away from. This is a platform that is open to different of opinions, different ideas, different translations. This is an open platform where we are not here to judge one another and to be aggressive to each other, because enough of that is out there already. We are not we are not going to embrace that here, so Rasta. We're not going to entertain it here, so. Here, so is where we give ultimate respect. If you oppose something that is said, you wait until the person is done and you come up now with your opposition in a conscious way in which we can discuss it and get to the wider level of information. But
To the
to the
Kieran,
outburst virgin reasoning should never happen. You understand? We are priests among each other and we must remember that at all time. Reverence one another. Blessed. Yes, priest Nafi.
I wonder if there's a little misunderstanding. I wonder if the brethren was addressing the brethren and was just talking to someone else. So maybe the brethren who said that can really say, because maybe I thought that maybe that the mic was open. That's the impression I got. That his mic was open and was talking to somebody else. And, I don't preach Jeremy, may think it was him. So maybe that brethren would say, where him say can clarify who he was addressing, where him say, because my initial thought was he was doing something in the background.
Same here, my lord. Same here. I was thinking that too.
Yeah, Priest Jermaine, so I don't want you to withhold and if you are making your statement, you make your statement. Don't let anyone interrupt you, whether rudely or otherwise, unless it is a conscious interruption where it enhances the reasoning between you and the platform.
My Lord
And
and
I
Empress,
repeat, yeah,
my
man. Yeah, man.
clean, but I'm a human being and I could feel. You check? While I'm saying something, even if you in your background, respect the person who is speaking. And that's all I'm saying.
And we agree with you, my lord. We agree. Everyone else, whether we all agree.
To move off of that, what I was saying is that we need to maintain that cohesiveness, that oneness. I don't want to go over my words again, but to say the letterhead as a Bobo Shanti member that I come and meet should be the same one that my grandchildren come and see. You know what I mean? Even if we're going to revise it, it should contain the said sentiments from the original. Like I'm saying, if we have to, when we represent ourselves on the international stage, we have to represent ourselves as one goodie, not the Council of Elders, not the Parliament, one goodie. If the Council of Elders have something that they're addressing differently, I could understand that. But if we are addressing something like reparations, that's an international outcry. It should be coming basically from one umbrella organization, and that's the E.A.B.I.C, Church of Salvation. And that is what I'm saying in agreement with what Priest Rittman is uttering. My Lord and Empress, give thanks for the time.
Majesty. Yes, my lord. Floor is still open for any statements, as we winding down. Yeah, difference of opinion, you're always gonna have difference of opinion. It's how we entertain it, it's how we deal with it, Priest Rickman's statement and concern is duly noted. The same way we value his concern. I would hope now the same way that our explanation would carry similar weight and importance because yeah, there is no pretentiousness between I and I right here. We are not making up or we don't have to put out a facade between one another. So we at from we reached a certain stage in our development, we did not place any emphasis on CC and Jesus and them. Yeah, that has no bearing on our function right now. You know, empty. We have acknowledged that it's an empty barrel, and an empty barrel sometimes makes the most noise, but that is all it is. So we have put no importance on that aspect of things. Where the importance is right now is on the unity between the foundation and the so-called parliament, if there is any importance between entities. But that other entity has no importance in our function. You know, not saying we don't want the unity with that entity. If that entity chooses to come and sit within the brotherhood, we welcome him, always have our hands open. But within their noise, you know, their barking and their noise, it doesn't affect our mind because, you know, we understand, you know, where that's coming from. But when it comes to the foundation now, do we have the unity between us to where the council could now take up the letterhead and send out a communique on behalf of the entire Congress to an institution without there being a backlash or a secondary letter going out to that institution to say that that other entity does not represent. Those are the kind of things that we are trying to
Oh
mitigate,
boy.
family. You know,
Chris,
we're
can I
trying
say
to
something?
mitigate. Hold on a second. Working towards getting the whole thing together where, yes, we can be back under that one fullness where there is no embarrassment, public embarrassment. But we have had several public embarrassments in the near past, you know, because of that communication coming out from one entity, and it is well done because it is done by professional people. Then you have a communication coming out from where it's supposed to be the official place that is very infantile or not expressive or not clear or mumbo jumbo, whichever way you want to look at it. And that is embarrassment.
Priest, can I say
Yes, my
something?
lord.
Bless the love of royal
Go ahead.
family again. The whole thing about us, we as big people, we must be maturing ourselves, and we must agree to disagree on the same thing, on same things, but their love abide and their respect remains. And I ain't say that to disrespect no one and disrespect what take place. What I'm saying too, if I doing something and I feel as though I sell it out this way as a group of us, and we feel as though it's better that we go back to the original of what we tried something, and we see that that ain't too feasible. It's not a problem. We can't go back and say, okay, let's deal with it the way the original. That ain't knocking down no one, that ain't making no one look bad or nothing that. But from my understanding, I say I stand to be corrected all the time because I'm not perfect in no way. I try not to be perfect myself every day, try to be a better person every day. And I still making my mistake and I tell myself, man, I still do better. But what I'm saying is that, from my understanding, this whole thing come about through the confusion of the Manamu in Parliament who can't agree with something the Manamu, the other council, and the same thing along with justice. So that's what really create this Ella Council logo. But the Ella Council naturally need to be there. They can't stop the Ella Council. I think the Ella Council get the most powerful position when it comes to go to any court of law. So they can't, they move on online parliament and Justice CC can't make us change the Manuel logo. Because that's how I see it. That's how I think that's what really costs it more than anything else. Regardless of what I want to say. Because I watched the parliament and I watched the Ella Council and I was in all fully, but I wasn't far. I wasn't far where I know what's going on. So I feel as though when we come to address heads of government, that's how you be in Africa, and we want push through a program. It have to be through the E.A.B.I.C. From the Elder Council, it have to be from the Elder Council to the E.A.B.I.C. If it coming from Parliament, so if them things in Parliament and the Elder Council need to stop Parliament, then we send a letter to the district attorney in which whether in New York or wherever, we send a district attorney and make them cease and settle what they're doing. It tells who give them full authority. So we can have these conflicts, we have some things happening, but we need to be able to address it. And if we need to go to court with justice and CC, then we go to court. If they even go to court, we go to court with them. Because we can't change the logo. It can't happen. It ain't look good. To me, I don't feel good with it. Me personally. And I talk to others who may do want to get up and say how they feel. But it makes us look weak, like we are moving this way because it's saying individuals. That's how I see it. That's from the Elder Council was in the formation. I was wrong too. So I hear the reasoning, and I hear the reason why. I know the reason why we do it. That's why he said, let's go back to the original. Dying, making none of us look incompetent or nothing that will be. But I think we need to go back because a lot of things happening right now where the Elder Council need to push. And the Elder Council should push from the original letterhead, along with all I can't remember everything that they've ever said this now, but all I could be under that, and who could say they can stop from doing that. They can't stop the Elder Council is the most strongest entity within the E.A.B.I.C at this moment. And in the court of law respect the Elder Council more than anybody else. And especially if a couple of men who on the committee, who on the Elder Council in Jamaica as a part of the foundation. And I represent the Elder Council, I represent the Parliament, I represent everybody as a Bobo Shanti. But I wouldn't see it the way I feel as though Emmanuel wanted to be. I would think Emmanuel will change it because it was the Elder Council. That would have never happened. Whether it was whoever to try something, that would never happen. So that's why I say before it get too late, before it go too far, let's grab it by the horn now and say, okay, let's pick a deal with this. And whoever can challenge us, be ready to deal with them head on. Whether it's justice, whether it's whoever. It's only mostly justice. See them make it nice. The online parliament doing their own thing when they do the proper logo. And then the communication with the foundation. But I am doing a great works when it comes to the elder care, when it comes to everything else. I see the works that I'm doing. I have enough respect for what's taking place. And I hope I could be able to be more in it, because I know I is the way it should be. But enough respect to the item and Empress them with pushing through the works. But we need to grab back and hold back the logo. We need to put that back there by all means. That's how I see it. And that's what I stand for. I ain't trying to disrespect no one. I give respect for all the elders who before me. I give thanks and I respect all those who come after me. But I feel as though that's what we need to do. And Africa waiting for us right now. Africa ready for us. And then the concert I make move. I hear priest Aragon the other day when I be on the platform with item. See, we need to start sending letters out. We need to start pushing agitating because jobs to do, which I agree. But it can't be under that logo. That's what I'm saying. They have come back to the original so we can push it. That's what I'm saying. That's my 2 cents with that.
Yes,
that's
Royal
how
Ambassador. One
you.
question, Royal Ambassador. Like how the 3 brethren signed them name to that letter that came out. We don't have no way to challenge that, because if you know why, much of these brethren were foundation brethren. When we say foundation brethren,
But that have to make a challenge, because that elders now who know the way can challenge that under the same logo and say this man who they had no authority, because that happened to me in Bahamas a couple of times. A man wrote letter to the government and try put the farm land and get the government with the government. Let me say something. With the government, I had man give other man them letters and write the government and say they're in charge of the land we get in the back make a rule the 5 acres what government grant us. Other man related to the government, I read the government and said this party, they have no authority. They wasn't authorized to do that, so the letter could go back in judgment, deal with it. So persons who in the Elder Council who is chairman and and executive team, they need to make themselves known to the government, whoever it is in the Bahamas. Everybody know me. When it comes to the government, I make myself known as a royal ambassador. So when man, I'm even from other Rat organization try step over Bobo, I say no, they don't represent us. I like Bobo Shanti. I go on radio, I go on talk show, I push letters, I put things in the newspaper. So I make it known that who we are in the Bahamas. So no one could take our logo in the Bahamas as a next Bobo and say this, that. They know automatically I get addressed that. Automatically, they know it. Automatically. So those who 2-3 places they send a letter to, then the elder council under the same letterhead, they say, well, they had no authority and we are the elder council. So whoever government, you respect the elder council more than respect them 2 persons. Then you have 5 or 7 people sign, because only 3 of them sign that. Then we make 7 persons sign this one. They're coming from the elder council. So who it is? So that can't scare us to say, well, why we need a different letterhead. That don't say that. It's just that we proactive in how we deal with things. Yes,
I
my
pray
Lord.
you. As a royal ambassador, you're here with us now. Because right now we know the eye is supposed to have certain powers. And just like how the eye said, the elder council is the best thing could have happened right now. I hear Priest Isaac also say that, because the problem him have, and there were certain elders that went over there and it did not solve. It come like they make it worse. So I heard the priest even call upon the elder council and say the best thing right now is to go in. So these individuals, my lord, that pen this letter, right? Because remember, honorable priest, now for these individuals, I make them priests, right? Them never get priesthood like how I get priesthood from His Majesty. I don't say anything is wrong with, but they should not pen a letter, right? And no authority did give to them, because I sure that I did get the authority just like how I get authority. I get the authority from the man to carry the service. You understand? Just like how I have authority. So make and I come together and unite. If you stand up in this thing here, if you stop anything that is amiss.
I agree. And I say from Chris Dougie and the rest of who on council, the power was endorsed that item through all of us collectively. So if once we use the same letterhead and you need to address those 3 man, that can reach the government and say, well, this the elder council. And anybody who get common sense in this world know the elder council, mostly from any organization, what really cared the majority of the power was different from the president. That's what I'm saying. The elder council get the power. And I went in the back, the elder council 100. Because even when I talk to Justice CC, I say, look here, but Jai set up no elder council. Jai say, listen, don't start them foolishness. The elder council is the best thing we have. I know you all disrespecting him. So I talk to them every now and again. And I show them you all have I call it bipolar. I saw she said a couple times, I say, woman, you have bipolar. But I don't hate her. I have no dislike for her. But I'm saying the elder council can continue. They can't put us in no fear. They can't make us believe, okay, they can case in court. We won't go to court if that's the case. And so this matter. I'll fly down Jamaica myself to go to court with them. If they won't put things in court, I hear them saying they need money for lawyer. I say, you'll get your lawyer. That's so we can put this thing, so we can put hold the bull by the horn one time and get this thing solved. Even the online parliament, the elder council is the best thing we become about. And the elder council now need to be the calculus so we can pick proper authority within the government. And that's what I thought the elder council was set up for. So we can set this thing properly and pick. If we go to court, we go to court, because the elder council is the power of the organization. If it's in there and didn't get no proper parliament. So when we formed the elder council, that was the calculus now to make everything else work. Jordan Management, either they come in or they can't say they represent no online parliament. We send letter to any district attorney wherever who hold an office up there. We send letters to them directly. We find their address and send letters to a district attorney to them. Tell them cease and stop, because there's no parliament. They have no authority for majority, because they mandate is not a majority. majority don't enough money with the council, but the council still get a majority that vote on online parliament. Only but 4 of them function in an online parliament. Only but 4 of them. The other country right now on the same recently now is about 20, 23, 24 right now. And it's more. And I have a couple of elders in the Bahamas who really join the other council also. I tell Priest Lamont, put their man name down, but their man name never gone in. So, and this man, so madam elders like Priest Zander, Priest Michael, Priest Fabi, there's elders. They've been Priest Bobby, they've been for the years around in Emmanuel. They're supposed to be part of the council. I mentioned that before, but I see man never put the name in. But I give man them brethren's name. So I'm saying the elder council have the authority. So we have to control the authority with no fear. Because I think we still moving with fear. Justice and CC, justice, I suppose he's supposed to be going to make Africa now when council program. So that we understand. When he called me and said, "I in Africa, I ain't checking out. Hope he go by on place little boy." I said, "Man, just come on, I mean no argument.
Well,
You've been to Africa 2 times."
In note the concern, and this is a topic for further discussion. Differently from today's agenda, it's a topic of its own that needs to be dealt with as we move forward as a unit to see what's the best move and what's the best approach to what we're attempting to do. So, we give thanks for.
I did that. I did 100%. They did the other council 100. I ain't come to just the other council. And what I saying is to help strengthen the other council. I ain't saying nothing to make no scatter or make no division.
My lord, all is well, my lord. Like I say, I duly note the concern and the proposal to return to the original letterhead, and it is for further discussion the pertinent ones. So we duly note that aspect of what the I say. What we'd like now is a closing from ones and ones as we are about to close. If there is any closing statements that are left to be shared, one could freely share them now. If not, we would close this session and let the record note that Honorable Priest Rickman, as voice and concern that is to be heard within short order.
Blessed love, everyone. This is Empress Akim. I just want to bring the balance back to our reasoning, It concerns me oftentimes when one's reason, for some reason, we always have some battle of opinion. Everyone has an opinion, but that doesn't always mean that yours is correct, right? So we give thanks, though, that we all have our own meditation and we can bring those things forth. But we must keep a balance, for us to be unified for real. Y'all know, we got to stop this little bickering and fighting for real. In my meditation early, this rising, I wasn't quite sure where this particular scripture would be necessary, but I feel like it's necessary now, But it reads, restoration is not the creation of something new. It is the renewal of something that once existed, making it like new again. Quote, your people will rebuild the ancient ruins and will raise up the age-old foundations. You will be called repairer of broken walls, restorer of streets with dwellings. Okay? And I just want us to think about things, some things have to be made new. Some things have to be made new, whether that be the works on the foundation, whether it be paper, we're talking about logos, we have bigger things that we must reason about, we have so many bigger things that we must, debate over, it just disturbs me sometimes when the smallest things cause division, and especially with the priest and the brethren, You know, we need ones to be unified for real in these times, y'all know, you know? So my prayer is just that we strengthen ourselves and not take things so personal. You know, this bothers me. This bothers me. You know, I just want to give thanks for the reasoning. And yeah, we need some strength, you know, for real, for real. You know, give thanks.
Give thanks, Empress.
Yeah, give thanks, Empress. And I must always remind us and caution us that because we embrace this period as what it is, we have given energy to this period for many decades in our life. This period holds that impact and that sentiment in our life. And what I'm alluding to is that the time of Lent that we call Lent, that our ancestors call the Black Fast or the Great Fast, is based on 40 days temptation that the Christ had to endure. You know, we talked about all kinds of things earlier, but we didn't amplify that reality. The 40-day fast is based upon 40 days of temptation that the Christ had to endure. And as our Father, who taught us in this way, always impress upon us, this is a time when you get tempted. So you have to be on your P's and Q's, meaning not too easy to react, not too easy to be offended and to be, yeah, you understand, to get caught up into reasoning, because at this time the reasoning will not end in a amicable way, because the energy that is applied to this moment is a negative energy that tempted the positive energy. So we have to remember that and apply that to our daily interaction as we go through these 40 days. Be on your P's and Q's. That tests are always there, and we want to be the top students, so we want to pass the test then. So in doing so, we have to be prepared. The man said, gird thy sword, you know, to thy tie, you know, and place your armor, your breastplate on, and be prepared for battle. So family, I think we have come to that moment where we can close. I don't see the Honorable Chair returning. If there is nothing else that is important for us to share, I would ask the Honorable Priest Earl to bring us down or to hold us up.
Through the chair.
Honorable.
Majesty. I pray thee. Just wanted to, you know, amplify what Empress Akeem was saying with a few verses. Isaiah 65 verse 17. For behold, I create a new heaven and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered or come to mind. Isaiah 66 verse 22. For the new heaven and earth which I make shall remain before me, said the Lord. So shall your descendants and your name remain. Peter 3:13. Nevertheless, we, according to his promise, look for new heaven and a new earth in which righteousness dwell. Revelation 21 verse 1. Now I saw a new earth and a new now I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away. Also there was no more sea. Holy Emmanuel I, King Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. My Lord
And
and
I forgot
Empress.
to mention, excuse me, I forgot to mention, Ijahstar, the first scripture that you read, actually the scripture that I read as well came from Isaiah 58 and 12. Isaiah 58:12. That's just confirmation, you know? Give thanks.
Yes, Honorable. Listen. Honorable Priest Earl, you can do the honors, my
Through
lord.
the chair, before we go, through the chair. That's it.
Go ahead,
Yes,
please.
yes, yes. Start. Go ahead.
I just wanted to
Priest
say,
Earl.
this is what I was in the presentation earlier, what I was referring to with social equilibrium, you know. So it all stems from emotion. This is why we get so, tense and, because it's very emotional. We are all emotional about our Congress and, the father work. This is why I reached to that. So where we go from here, we just control our emotions. We are all of us. We are going to talk to ourselves and talk to the God Himself when we come off the phone at some time, maybe later tonight or even tomorrow. And we just, channel our emotion and continue, my Lord, and it's nothing to be bothered about, But that is just how it goes sometimes, the duality, positive and negative. So it goes sometimes, Bless you.
To the chair.
That's it.
Blessed, I just have one verse I wanted to say, Matthew 7:12. Encourages people to do others what they would want done to themselves. If
This is the word that Jesus said when he was going away. Just as they love one another, obey. To do unto others as that them do unto you. These are the words that Jesus said when he was going away. Yeah, that was the chorus that the Father left with I and I. So it is a good note for us to seal upon, to be continued as we will continue our discussion. And no offense is taken from I and I. Hopefully, the Honorable Priest Jermaine understands, that, yeah, it's part of our growing pains that we have to go through, and don't take it beyond where it is to go. Honorable family, give thanks for this moment of reasoning. Give thanks for all that has been said and done. Give thanks for all the opinions and information shared. Give thanks for all the love, that has been shared between I and I within this moment. Because without of love, make I and I sit down here for hours and hours and discuss our business and our Father's business. So, yeah, I give thanks for all of the items, taking time out away from family, other things that you could be doing to prioritize this moment. Blessed love. Honorable Priest Earl, if you can do the honors, my Lord, and I will glorify. The Honorable Priest on the platform.
Yes, yes. I think he might be having problems with his internet. Peace Knuckles is here, Peace Snappy is here. A whole host of
Peace Knuckles there. If Peace Knuckles there, Peace Knuckles can close it. And one of the screen.
a whole lot of people.
I guess we don't want to see it today, we want to keep it running.
Honorable Priest Knuckles, where are you? All right. Reverence, international reverence. Four wings. Glory be to our Father, to the Son, and to our Mother of creation. As that was in the beginning, is now and never shall be, your word without end. Gird your armor on. Stand firm, everyone. Christ is captain of this mighty strong most high. Selassie,
Yes,
Jah,
yes. Rasta.
Rastafari. To be all how good and how pleasant it is. For brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. Like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon and as the dew that descended upon the mountain of Mount Zion. For there, O Lord, command it is blessing, even life and love forevermore. So we hail thee, O thou most high, for this blessed day. We give thanks for life abundant. Give thanks for love. Give thanks for understanding. Give thanks for sweet communion here of we. O thou most high, as we trot from lowland to highland. All power, all dominion, give the guidance and protection during the course of this week for each and every one. And let our thoughts and thanks, rise as grateful incense unto the Lamb. King Emmanuel the Seventh. Down here, I God.
Rastafari.
Mama Mega I, Selassie I,
Rastafari.
Rastafari, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord
Out
and
of
Empress.
love, I can say the reason went for.
That subscribe button. See you on the next video. I just start the mindset.